Council meeting of November 19, 2018 is called to order at 6:30 p.m. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and Councilmember Carson Clower will lead us.
Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Councilman Clower. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Gilliel?
Here.
Vice Mayor Solario Luna?
Present.
Councilmember Clower?
Here.
Councilmember Lenore? City Manager Avera?
Here.
City Attorney Epperson?
Present.
Chief of Police Westrick?
Here.
And the record will show Mayor Ignacio Velasquez as absent.
Okay. Thank you. Verification of agenda posting.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council meeting of November 5th, 2018 was posted on the bulletin board on November 2nd, 2018 at 11:15 a.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda to consent resolution. City Council members that desire to pull consent items. Any council member? No.
I'd like to pull A10 and A18, and if no one's going to pull A15 or A19, I will need to recuse myself from those two items.
15 and
19.
19, recused.
Yes.
Any other?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. We can have a motion to approve those.
Vice Mayor Solario Luna, we have A16 from the public.
A16. Okay.
Motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. So we have A10.
Hello, Vice Mayor and Council. This item is to provide administrative assistance for both the fire department and for the airport. Both of them, their workloads are have increased, and also the technical aspect. What we're going to be using them for is more for grant writing, grant monitoring, and different items like that. But, I've got both departments here that can answer that. Any other questions that you might have?
Okay. Yeah, if we could just get a short summary of what the positions will be doing, that'd be great.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council members. So at the airport, this position is more like a force multiplier. Since I've taken over the Public Works Department, my time at the airport is usually between about 6 a.m. and about 7 a.m., and then between noon and 1, and then I usually end the day up there between 4 and whatever time I go home. My needs of me being out at the yard at start and supervision. So I need a higher level assistant out at the airport to meet with prospective tenants. So there's a marketing component of this position. I need somebody who can handle the day-to-day FAA grants, Caltrans grants. The Caltrans program alone to apply for grants takes, on the average, about 3 hours on probably about a biweekly basis to keep it up to date so that we qualify for those grants. Additionally, I'm required to go up to San Francisco on a regular basis for grant meetings with the FAA. That's a 6-7 hour trip that I'm out of commission. Mm-hmm. This position can go ahead and take on that. So that is what this position would be for out at the airport.
Okay, and this would be coming from the enterprise fund?
This is solely paid for out of enterprise funds, no general funds at all.
And everything looks good in terms of that fund account, the fund amount?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So for the fire department, it's essentially along the same lines. However, we have 3 different departments within the fire department. We've got actually it's 2 different departments and a bureau. I've got code enforcement, I've got the fire department. I have 32 staff members. I have a support staff of 1 plus 1 temporary. The temporary is scalable depending on the amount of time that I can keep that individual. What this would allow me to do is have the administrative assistant manage the 6 contracts that we currently conduct right now, PVS, the county, San Batista, and then, of course, the strike teams. We've got an R&D organization out at the airport. I don't want to mention any names. And then other state organizations like the fairgrounds and other tasks. Right now, especially with the oncoming SAFER grant looming overhead, and I'll find out tomorrow or not if we're going to go ahead and flip the switch on the recruitment, we're going to need a grants manager to provide support for that also. So not only do we have local grants, the Monterey Foundation, state grants, which is the Gang of 5, and then the federal grants, I absolutely need the oversight within the department to assist in managing all of these federal, state, and local funding.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from City Council?
No, thank you.
I have a question.
We're on 10.
Either one? So, of all the grants that the city receives for the airport, and I know it's an enterprise account, would any of those grants be able to pay for this position at all?
A part of it could be billed to the grants. Whenever they're working on those grants, that time can be billed to the grants.
It can. Okay.
And
Same
along-
question.
Yeah, and the same with Department of Homeland Security. As a matter of fact, when we went through our audit with Department of Homeland Security, they made a strong recommendation that we monitor and manage these grants from within.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any other question? Is there a motion to? Do we have anything from the public on this one?
We have no speakers, Madam Mayor.
All
Make
right.
a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. And number 18. Do we have 16 from the public?
Yes.
Okay.
But was 15 pulled also?
We're going to go to 16 from the public. Is somebody here from the public to speak on 16? Can you come forward?
Savan Casada?
Sorry for coming in, I just got the times wrong and all that. My name is Yvonne. I'm a full-blown Orange San Benito County, Hollister, California. And I also want to say a special, Carol Lenore, I am so happy you're on the board. That is a strong woman right there. And she's going to be a good out right here. She's going to be a good one on there. Okay, so number 16, the 400 block. The 400 block is being looked at for what reasons? When we have buildings all around the 400 block that are empty, that need to be helped out to build something for it, like the guy that owns the Hollister house. Why doesn't the city come up with a fund to help them out, to help restore the buildings that are here and open them up to apartments, to help the city go to what it's supposed to be, the baby in the heart of Los Baños right now has a sign in their city. It says, "Welcome to downtown, Los Baños heart." I thought that was Hollister's little thing, like the downtown was our heart. Like, we're trying to go for the 400 block, which is such a beautiful area. It's the only thing we got right now that we can have something to say, hey, we got a downtown park to go to. We can have picnics from the people going from luncheons for their businesses right there. And we have so many buildings downtown that are empty. Empty for years even, that haven't even been looked at. And we want to take the 400 block, which is a beautiful piece of property, and we want to build something on there with homes. Nothing of a YMCA or something to even complement the building that's supposed to store the cars next to it. These are the kind of things that we're, there's so many things on this agenda that why are they on there? We aren't even talking about the issues at hand here, that the people that are sleeping on the streets or the people that are coming out of facilities that don't have a job or a place to stay. Why are we helping them? Why do we keep talking about the airport? There's not even a bathroom out there. We want to build a restaurant and all kinds of houses. Oh, the airport got so many things. Build a bathroom first, Mr. Mayor. Sorry you're not here. I really would like for him to be here because he needs to hear this. This is what he needs to hear because he's supposed to be leading us to forward. I don't know how he got reelected. I don't. I mean, I was screaming all around town of the things that is going wrong here. And even to him, I'm here. I'm just like, come on, what's happening? This is our city. We are the community. We are the city. We, the people that come here, the people that are paying taxes, we are all the city. We should have something to say about some things that are going on here, like the airport. Why are we focusing? There's not even a bathroom out there. You take your kids, your 4 kids, you want to go have a picnic, not one of them has to use the bathroom because you have to go back because there's no bathroom. And he wants to build a restaurant and all these boutiques and all that. I'm just tripping out because we're also getting money from like the general fund. The general fund was supposed to be for parks and law enforcement. We're taking that stuff out too and putting it in that airport. For why? Well, we got things that need to go on with our parks, like the Dunn Park one. I hope they're not building barbecues right there. It's right there in the middle of the park because that is tacky. You want people to come to your park and enjoy it. You want to build them around the little rose garden that's way out of order. That should be looked at every single day. These are the things that are going to bring the demographic that we want here in our city. The ones that's going to bring the nice doctors to get our hospital back on track like it was.
Mr. Quesada, can you please address the council?
I would like to address the council, Mrs. Luna. I really would.
Okay.
But it seems that I've been addressing so many things to the council and the mayor, the honorable mayor, who's not here, and tell him, hey, this is what's going on here, and nothing gets said. The people that brought something for 4th of July rally, community members brought something to keep it going. They didn't even get a look at, even a thank you when they came back. Actually, they took a month off in July. We got to take a month off. They took away our big celebration. He took it away. Why? Why isn't he not helping other? Look what's on the agenda. Please look at the agenda and see what's going on in our city. Please. I'm Zavon. I'm a full-blown artist. I got some artwork behind AMPM. I want to try to get in a gallery too. I'm really good. I'm a colorist too, and I'm different than just a homeless person on the streets. I'm also an artist. Thank you.
Our next speaker for A16. Can I please ask the speakers when you come up to the podium, don't bang on the podium because it interrupts the audio that goes out to the public. And we've heard that over and over. So please don't bang on the podium. The next speaker, do we have another speaker?
Next 2 speakers, I have Roland Resendez, and then it will be Marty Richmond.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Luna and City Council members. My name is Roland Resendez. I'm a resident of Hollister and soon to be Councilman for District 2, City of Hollister. Those that know me know that I've been pretty vocal about the issue about the 400 block. I still feel passionately to this day that if given the opportunity, the people had an opportunity to vote on it, that they would vote against this project. The reason I'm here today is to talk about the parking issue. To me, it seems a bit of a rush job. From what I understand is that there was supposed to be an ad hoc committee put on the city council agenda for the last city council meeting. That was never put on there. Now it's put on there, but it's also put on there with the agreement being made that the city manager is going to negotiate to give over 40 parking spaces away, of public parking spaces away, for $15 a month. That to me seems highly questionable, and I'm wondering what the rush is to get this project pushed through. So I just wanted to go on record and point out that those are some of my concerns regarding this. Another thing is, I don't know if the cost of the parking is enough to cover the maintenance of the structure. Is there going to be security? I really feel that all of these issues are something that should be vetted through the ad hoc committee, which I think was the intention of making an ad hoc committee, which conveniently, like I said, was never put on the last agenda. And now it's put on there, but it's also put on there with 2 agreements that are giving our parking spaces away from the public for just $15 a month. So that's why I'm here today, and I just wanted to go on record by saying that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Marty Richmond.
Good evening, everybody. Marty Richmond from Hollister. So I have some comments on this item. This is actually 2 different items. There's a proposal in here for parking for the Community Foundation, a philanthropic operation. And there's a proposal in here for parking for the condos, and which is a private profit-making organization. I have 2 feelings on it. On the Community Foundation, I have no problem giving the Community Foundation the parking, because our current parking issue is first come, first serve. You just drive in there, and it's basically, the Community Foundation is basically a daytime operation, okay? So they can park there like everybody else. So for $15 a month, we're going to give them a reserved spot. I don't have any problem with it because, in my opinion, that thing is never used. It's always empty. That's just what I see. I'm sure there's occasions when it's used, but 99% of the time it's empty. And the Gavilan College is going to move out in 5 years. We already know that. So I don't have any problem. The only thing I would prepare for the future, I'm always worried about the future. So in the future, if we ever start charging the public for parking there, I want to make sure that the Community Foundation doesn't pay less than the public pays, okay? They're a public organization. Right now, actually, the $15 a month is more than the public pays. So I think we should change that to read $15 a month or whatever we charge the public, whichever is more, okay? And my guess is we'll never charge the public, but just in case we get to there, I think we ought to put that in. Now, I think the condo, I'm very disappointed in the staff report on the condo. I don't think it addresses the issues. One issue is, if it's your residential, people are going to want to be in there, get their cars out at night and pull in at night. And my understanding is we close that parking garage at night. So if we close that parking garage at night, how are people going to pull in there, leave their car in there, and if they have to leave in the middle of the night for some emergency or something, how are they going to get out if it's locked? So the next thing is we're going to be asked to put in a gate with a card so that people can get in and out, and there's no discussion of that whatsoever. Also, the fact that protected parking is very valuable to the condo people because they don't have to use part of their space to have off-street parking. I think $15 a month is too little. I don't know what the number should be. I would like the staff to do a better job on the condo parking, a much better job of saying what should it be. Those 20 spaces or 24 spaces, what percentage of that would be what we pay to run the Briggs Building, the security for the Briggs Building, the cleanup for the Briggs Building? And so you get the idea. I won't go into any more detail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marty. Yes, Gordon.
History. I'm an old man. During the 1989 earthquake, I think I mentioned before, I was assigned to be the coordinator between the 400 block and the city of Hollister to have a focus on less people inquiring with the city what's going on and what's all the recovery of the earthquake is providing for those people. The 400 block, as you all know, was devastated, and it eventually was torn down completely. The city was negotiating with a local family who was going to build what is proposed today in a larger spectrum and not divided as it is. But regardless of that, was the recovery of the whole portion of the 400 block. And the federal government, FEMA came in, and the Department of Economics came aboard. And after about 2 or 3 years with the negotiations continuing on and failing as they went and back to the table again, the federal government finally says, look, we're going to build a garage for the use of this 400 block for the recovery. And we're going to build it. You pay your, I don't know if it was 7% the city paid or 25% the city ended up paying. The federal government paid the remainder of that. And they left town not very happy because it never merged before they left. But they said, here it is. This is the use of it. And now, 30 years later, it's finally come into fruition. And I think there's a misunderstanding why it was built and what it's there for. It was for the economic development of that 400 block.
Thank you. Mary?
I have no more
Mary
speakers. Madam
has
Mayor.
a comment.
Good evening, council members. I'd like to just answer some of the questions. First, to begin with, the parking license is a byproduct of the disposition and development agreement that was entered into between the city of Hollister and the Del Curto Brothers Construction and the Community Foundation for San Benito County in June of 2016. It's So what we're doing is we're implementing the development and disposition agreement. The city council agreed to reserve the opportunity for 24 parking, up to 24 parking spaces for the condo project and 20 for the philanthropic center for the foundation. So this formalizes that commitment. There was a mention of an ad hoc committee, and that's related to a prior topic that was presented to the city council that's a completely separate thing. That
was
would
for
be
in lieu
parking. The property where the 400 block is part of an assessment district that was established in 1976, and the property owners that participated in the assessment district helped build many of the parking lots that are municipal lots in downtown Hollister today. So when there's a land use entitlement project on their property, they're not subject to the normal requirements to provide on-site parking. So this item, the license, would not be part of the topic of the in lieu or the vetting or part of the ad hoc committee. So they're completely separate. As far as I apologize, we didn't include it in the staff report, but we did talk to the firm that installed the door that is closed in the evening to get into the parking structure. And they said we could use the same door. It would be a matter of putting in something similar to a garage door opener, or it could be a keypad entry. And so that if the person has a license, they could enter, once it's closed for the day, they could enter with their one of those two mechanisms. As related to the fee, we do have some rough estimates of the cost to maintain the elevator and some of the things affiliated with the parking spaces. It is higher than the fee of $15 per month, but I think there was some conversations, and this is an enterprise building because there's the lease with the community college, and so that's where we landed on that cost. I hope I covered most of the comments.
So, Mary, Gavilan College right now is paying for maintenance of that building, right, of the garage?
Well, based on the lease agreement, their maintenance cost is just for the physical areas that they maintain. Right. They're not paying to maintain the elevator or to sweep the stairs or the parking spaces. They're exclusively covers just the lease where they have actual classrooms and administration.
Okay. All right. Yes. Councilmember Clower.
Yeah, thank you, Mary, for addressing some of those things. I think in addition to the roll-up gate for the cars, we also have to think about the stairwell and also the elevator, because if we're going to have people being able to access the garage, if they're handicapped, they need to have some way to get down. So I don't know if we've thought about that yet or how we're going to deal with that process, but I'm sure there's going to be some costs associated with changing how those systems work.
If you're familiar with the garage, there's 3 roll-up gates. One for the vehicular. There's one on 4th Street. There's one on the 4th Street side. There's also a man gate at both those locations. So as Mary mentioned, as far as entering access after hours, if that's the concern, or exiting after hours, keypads and all that stuff, it's not necessarily undoable. I mean, there's technology obviously there, and the infrastructure is essentially there. It's just a matter of the locking mechanisms to get those to work. So it shouldn't be an issue for entering the garage after hours.
Do we have any cost estimates on what those items would set us back?
Well, I think one of the things that I was, and I don't want to take your story, one of the things that what we were planning on doing is, as Mary mentioned, the Briggs Building operates as an enterprise account, right? So the money that Gavilan College pays us for the lease agreement, we use those dollars to make repairs and or maintain the building as necessary. The building is 25 years old now. It's probably getting ready to have a paint job, et cetera. There's a fund balance that's available. One of the ideas is that we were going to do is at the same time that the building was under construction next door, we were going to start going through a major rehab of that building so that everything is nice and new around the same time. So the cost associated with doing those upgrades, certainly we have enough money in, I will call our fund balance to manage those costs. We probably need to do some elevator upgrades to the hydraulic systems. Again, these are things that are starting to get older and older. We just went through a major electrical or computer software upgrade at the elevators, but I think just the actual mechanics of it need to be probably redone as well. Again, and paint and everything, because one of the things that I think is important is that as the Philanthropic Center or the new building on the 400 block and the garage, they should all be as fresh as possible at the time that we're ready to use them. So.
Thank you. I think it might be a good idea if we figured out what the specific costs are going to be for the condos or whoever else is going to be using it late at night, and make sure that those costs are collected up front, because we wouldn't be putting those costs in for any other reason. And then I think it would also be good to find out what the ongoing costs are going to be for those specific systems that are only being used by those certain people during the hours that the garage is actually closed right now. I don't see any reason why anyone else should have to pick up those costs, any other citizen of the city. Thank you.
And again, I think that's partly why, it's partly why we have a pretty minimal or nominal fee per parking space, because as somebody mentioned, there isn't a fee for the parking garage right now. It is absolutely free. So I think the fee associated with $15 or $400 a year, whatever it ends up being for everybody, that's what I believe the intent is to have those dollars cover those costs associated with those individual parking spots.
Okay. Councilmember.
Good evening. I'm very familiar with the building, as Billy could attest to. I property managed it for 6 years. That was my building there. I just wanted to answer as far as the security and the cost for running that. I've been out of it for a little bit, but a few years back I could have just told you from memory. But the major cost there was the security. But when they put in the cameras, that totally took out and it was $5,000 a month. I want to say, so that was a big decrease in expenditures for that building. It always was built to be ancillary to whatever came on the 400 block, and I got to tell you, it's not as empty as folks think it is when Gavilan College is in session, because I went there quite often. It has costs with the cleanup and used to have graffiti, but that improved over the years with more monitoring of the building. I'm very excited that it does get used. Let's see, and maintain. So that does the other cost, considerable costs are elevators. They're never cheap, and they're not cheap to maintain. But that's something you have to have no matter what is going on in that building. So it doesn't have any bearing on private condos using it. I think it'll be a good use for that, and they'll fix the entry and the entryways, and I look forward to it being utilized for the 400 block, which it was always planned for. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Mickey.
Sure. Do we have
a question for you? For the city manager or for Mary, perhaps, did we contemplate any timing on this? Because we can't foresee into the future, 10, 15, 20, 30 years, perhaps. There should be some timing on this. I don't know if if a condo parking lot is worth $15 a space now, we think, and is it going to be worth $300 in the future per month? Or
there's a cost of living increase.
Just 2%, tied to CPI, right?
Right.
Is there any reopeners? I didn't see any reopeners after a period of time.
There is not. And as far as the condo, I think that's expected to be permanent. So it's expected that the assurance for the ability to purchase a license would be permanent also.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other speakers?
No, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay. Our city engineer, did you want to say anything to that? All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Yeah. Any other discussion? There a motion to approve? A16.
I move that we adopt resolution number 2018-94, authorizing the city manager to execute a license and right of entry agreements for the 400 block philanthropic center and condominiums project.
Do we have a second? I'll second that. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I'm a no.
No?
Nay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If,
Motion fails.
if we can get those costs, I might be different on that. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to establish the cost as well, and we can, if you'd like to do it by consensus up here or by motion to bring it back on a certain date, I'd like to know what it's going to cost, and I think that should be borne by the people that are doing the project. If it's going to be $100,000, we don't know. Is it going to be 100? Is it going to be 10? Is it going to be 5? I'd like to bring that back on a date to be certain, so we don't let this linger for too long.
And to be clear, the cost for the normal maintenance of the building, or
No, the cost, because we're talking about all the security upgrades for after hours, the
The
up and
gates.
down on the gates, the
Okay.
keypads for the doors,
gates.
all these
Okay.
different things we talked about tonight.
Okay.
I think that's important to know that, because, at some point, you never know with these things. Sometimes they end up being way more than we think they're going to be, especially with public works projects. And, if it is going to be a significant amount of money, I think we need to figure out how we're going to pay for that.
As far
That
as the
money's in the
door,
fund.
I did talk to the agency that installed the door. It's a pretty new door. They didn't think it needed to be modified at all. So that would be the design life of the door. I think if I could just clarify that, so I would think that then we would be examining is the entries that are more pedestrian entries. Is that correct? That supplemental cost?
Yeah, I'd
Fourth
like to
Street
know on the
And
door
then
as well.
to install how to get in from the main door in a car.
Yeah, is it going to be a keypad? Is there,
It could be,
for
they
guests,
said it
or
could
how
be
we
a keypad or a wand.
Yeah, or do you buzz in a guest? Or, there's a lot of questions that I think we need to answer just for specifically how much money it's going to cost.
Okay.
But the
And then
funding is
I'd like to
already
see it-
there, right? Out
I'd
of
like
the
to see that
bricks
come
building?
back on the 3rd.
I'm sorry.
And I think we can accommodate. I think we can for sure come back on the 3rd or some point in the future on what those costs are associated. I think what Council Person Lenore just asked is about the funding source for that. It sounds like you're wanting the developer to bear the cost for that initial infrastructure improvements to the building to make that happen, and we can talk to them about that. Again, I don't know, like you say, I'm not exactly sure how much money we're talking about, but I can't imagine it being thousands and thousands of dollars. So I don't think that's going to be a problem for us to do.
That makes me feel more comfortable, City Manager Rivera. My concern is this, is we have an enterprise fund now with a certain amount of dollars, and I apologize, I did not research that before I got here. I don't know how much we have in our enterprise fund for the garage. However, Gavilan College is going to be moving out, and we should maybe plan on a vacancy, the rehab that you're talking about, and all those different things, right? So what happens, how do we replenish that enterprise fund once they're gone?
Is anybody from Gavilan College here?
No.
Because I've been hearing that forever.
There you go, he's here. But no, you know what, we need to plan for these eventualities. We've got to have revenue to take care of the building, and if it's perhaps going to be empty, and we're going to spend all of our revenue to maybe upgrade the building, we should think about that for the future. Thank you.
One thing I want to add, Mary, is the fact that, we've had problems with the elevator with repairs. And actually, it's people using the elevators and sometimes children playing in the elevators. I can remember that when I was doing accounts payable, we were paying quite a lot for that. But realize that having more people in the area using that elevator more so than what is being used now, it could be an additional cost. So that could be looked at too as well. Okay?
One closing thing, and speaking to your vandalism issue, there'll probably be less vandalism as people are using it more. Because, they used to light those buttons up with the lighters. Yeah. They would melt those buttons and do all kinds of graffiti. But I think when things are being utilized regularly, it cuts down on the vandalism. Okay. At least I like to think that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have A15.
So for clarification, that resolution was a 2-2, and you're saying you'd like to have it brought back on December 3rd?
Whenever the costs are.
Yeah, we'll bring it back when we have pretty good costs. We have a very short turnaround between this agenda and the next one, so it may not make it to the 3rd, but we'll get it as soon as we can.
And that's number 15.
So I'm going to show it as 16 as just failed. Okay.
Okay. 15?
18.
18.
19?
Wait.
15 wasn't
Can we,
pulled.
because I missed all the numbers that we pulled too, so.
15 and 18, Councilmember Clower,
15
No.
and 19.
or 19.
I recuse
He was
myself on this one.
recusing himself.
He's a recusing on 15 and 19, and we pulled 16 and 18.
Pulled 18.
You pulled 18.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so we want to talk about 18.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
go ahead. Sorry, Danny.
Come on, Danny.
Good evening. This item is regarding a proposed memorandum of understanding between the City of Hollister and the developer of the Hollister Farms project. The Hollister Farms project is a commercial development located adjacent to Park Street to the north, McCrae Street to the west, and Highway 25 to the east. This MOU will establish and memorialize certainty of various development obligations, rights, and conditions related to the project. Staff recommends the City Council to approve this resolution authorizing the execution of the MOU with the developer. And if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them for you.
Is there any questions from City Council?
Yeah, so I have a couple
Okay.
questions and comments. My major concern is that we won't be able to get the access from the railroad company. That's my major concern, and I don't think we'll be able to do it in the amount of time we have, just because it takes a really long time for us to do anything, and this has been talked about for as long as I've been on the council.
Yeah.
I think that could be resolved if there was something in the agreement that said that there would absolutely be access from Gibbs Drive, Industrial Drive, into the future project, so that if somebody wanted to get from Industrial Drive going south, they could access Park Street or East Park Street. That would solve it for me. Otherwise, it's kind of hard for me to say, yes, let's give up this access point, and maybe we'll get something later on. I just don't believe that we'll get it. So that's kind of what my decision hinges on, is being able to make sure there's going to be access from people coming from Industrial Drive heading south.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know that the map, it's going to be a map, right? Or I imagine the map is eventually going to come before the Planning Commission.
Well, there's a couple of things, but the most important thing for the council is that the second phase or that portion that's north of Park right now has not gone to the city to the Planning Commission. There's, as you may or may not recall, in all the sort of master plans or all the various iterations of what the development should look like. There's always a driveway located somewhere off of Gibbs. It's moved a little bit different ways, and then after with speaking with the developers, certainly a driveway from what is currently McCrae Street Extension to their parking lot is certainly desirable. So they're, with a nod of the head, they're both shaking that that's not necessarily an issue for them whatsoever. So you're going to get access to the north side of Park Street off of Park. You'll get it off of Gibbs, if not Gibbs and Industrial, and then also McCrae.
Is there any timeline on when the planning department is going to be seeing that application?
Yeah, no, non-committal over there? Okay.
Okay, because I'm excited about what's going on over there, but there's just things that sometimes when we leave them undone, they never actually get done. And I would just like to make sure that we see this happen at the same time that we see the other entrance or ingress, egress open, so that we're not losing something for an indefinite amount of time waiting to get something back.
We do have a timeline on the right-of-way improvements, 2019, 2020 or something, so this will be in process.
Can you explain that, Danny?
Yeah, we do have a timeline for right-of-way improvements and other completions that are in the 2019-2020 timeframe. So this would probably take place during that time also. Do you agree?
Okay.
So I guess my question for staff, or for, I don't know if we call them applicants in this case, is would this all be done at the same time?
Well, I think what Danny's saying is that the agreement is suggesting that all the right-of-way improvements are done in 1920. So by 1920, all your right-of-way improvements will be completed regardless of whether there's pads and or buildings on the site.
Okay, so I might be splitting hairs here, but I'm not necessarily asking about the right-of-way improvement. I'm asking about the access through the project. Because if the right-of-way improvement gets done, well, the access from McCray Street's not going through anymore. Maybe you've got access at the end of at the corner of the property, but it's not a right-of-way improvement that I'm asking about. I'm asking.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The ingress, egress. Okay. Because you could do all the right-of-way improvements, and then the city's still down essentially one access.
I see what you're saying. Okay. We, how do we do this? Okay, we may have to go back and modify it. I mean, assuming that the entire council feels the same way, we may have to modify it slightly to just ensure that private access through to various other public rights-of-ways are being done around the same time. So what you're saying is that you're not going to close McCray Street, open up a driveway into a nothing if you can't continue on through that. Right. So there's some private improvements that need to be made as well. Got it.
Thank you.
So would you like to move this to the next meeting as well?
Councilmember Clower, would you be open to making, or how about this? Let me make a motion. Can I make a motion that we, I'm sorry, do we have any public comment? Sorry.
Do we have any other comments?
We have no speakers, Madam Mayor.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve 2018-296 with a condition that if the city attorney can help me word this properly so I don't get the staff or the applicant in any jeopardy, that not only the right-of-way but private access is open at or around the same time as the project opens. So that way we don't have to delay this anymore and come back. We've all been waiting a long time to get this project rolling, and actually today dirt started moving out there, so I don't want to slow anything down if we don't necessarily have to.
So do you want to repeat your motion to a...
Yes, I'm sorry, more concisely, approve 2018-296 with the agreement that private access and will be open at the same time as the development in the future. Okay. We don't know what that is.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Can we talk to the developer real quick?
Sure.
Okay. You want to come up here, Jeff, just real quick?
We have a motion on the table. Did my motion
We have
die?
a motion. Do we?
I want to hear what he's going to say.
Legal opinion?
If there's no second, then I think it dies for lack of a second. Of course, it could be remade after.
Yeah.
All right.
It doesn't exactly solve what I was looking for.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jeff DeVoe. I'm the Director of Development for Hawkins Companies, the developer of this project. Our intent the whole time is to not close access anywhere until on McCray Street until it's needed to be closed for purposes of the development. Similarly, the private access to the property would not be necessary until the development is ready for that access as well. So you're either going to have McCray Street open or you're going to have McCray Street closed with appropriate access, and that's the intent. We want to phase the project such that we don't have to build millions of dollars worth of off-site improvements until they're needed for the actual development. Though I believe your motion would have required us to build that off-site access prior to the time that the project actually needed it. So we have no objection to that condition, just when it's required by the development itself, when we have buildings to build there.
Got it.
So, okay. Other speakers? Any other comments from City Council?
No. Yeah, so essentially for me is when McCray Street shuts down,
yes,
the parking lot opens up. And if you can help us with the language for that, that'd be great. Other than that, I don't have anything else to I don't have a problem with anything else.
You want to just make that as part of your motion?
Want to hear from legal
I was
opinion?
just going to say, if I understand you correctly, It'd be a motion to approve resolution number 2018-296, contingent upon the agreement that would be included in the memorandum of understanding that when McCrae Street is shut down, the on-site parking lot is simultaneously opened. Is that correct? Did I
Yes.
understand you correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilman Clara, if you could just adopt that as your
Adopt
motion.
that as a motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll
All
second
right.
it.
All right.
Thank you,
Moved
Mr.
and
City Attorney.
second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Good job.
Okay, so we have 19.
19.
Do you have 15?
Oh, you have to abstain.
15 and 19?
Oh, yes, we already did that.
All right. We don't have B, City of Hollister as successor agency of the redevelopment agency. We go to item C, public comment. Anyone in the audience can speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. And when the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that the state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any of the items not on the agenda. City clerk, do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm going to call it 2 at a time.
All right.
First one is Michael Peck, and the next one will be Amber Cameron.
All right.
Hi, I'm Michael Peck. I'm interested in purchasing a parcel in the cannabis green zone, I guess it's called, in Hollister to start a cannabis nursery to grow start plants. And the thing is, in Hollister, the tax rate is $7 per square foot, where other counties, Monterey County and so forth, it's $5 and then $2 for the nursery rate for nursery product, because there isn't the nearly the profit margin that there is with the normal cannabis flowers. And I was talking with Maria Mendez. She suggested I talk to you and see if it could be a 2-tier system where it's like $7 or whatever is the normal rate, and then like other counties have a nursery product rate of $2. And I'm not sure what the procedure, I guess I'm asking to have it be put on the agenda for the next meeting or something like that. That's it.
Can we do
Thank
that?
you.
We have, I would normally do it on a city manager's report, but since we have, it looks like a lot of people that are going to be speaking, I'll try to do each one. Yes, so we have a number of minor ordinance changes that we're expecting on doing here shortly, as well as some changes to our rules and regulations. We can certainly discuss having a nursery rate. Is that kind of what they're calling it now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So one of the things that we'll be more prepared to have a reasonable or rational discussion with you about is who's actually charging the nursery rate, whose ordinances in our local area are doing that consideration, and then we can bring something to you and make a recommendation as it relates to that fee. Okay.
Thank you.
I should mention that Nova, I think, sent you email from me with detailing the stuff already, in case you need to contact me with any questions or whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amber Cameron. I'm a director of Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. This year, Reach San Benito Parks Foundation is excited to announce that it's supporting REI's National Opt Outside campaign. This campaign encourages people to skip the shopping lines. Sorry. It's okay. On Black Friday and tap into the joy, renewal, and connection that comes from spending time outside with friends and family. This Black Friday, November 23rd, we're asking that the community come out and join us for an easy 1-mile bird walk from 9 a.m. to noon at the San Benito Historical Park. The outing will be guided by Reach member and University of California Master Naturalist Mark Paxton. For more information, please go to our website at reachsanbenito.org or check out our Facebook page. This event will be open to 20 participants, and it will be happening rain or shine. Thank you.
Amber, what was the date again?
It will be Black Friday on November 23rd from 9 a.m. to 12.
Friday?
Yes, this coming Friday.
At 9 a.m.?
Yeah. We hope to see you all out there and have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Marty Richmond and Roland Resendez.
Yeah, good evening again, Marty Richmond. Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah, so I know in the near future, those of you who won't be back for various reasons will be receiving what we used to call in the Army a certificate of attendance. Okay, your certificate of appreciation. I wanted to take a minute and talk about it because of some of the things that I read online and Facebook and so on and so forth. I happen to know personally the amount of work you have had to put in to do this job and how little you get in return, little in compensation and little in appreciation. We have had our disagreements, but I've never taken it personally, and so I want to thank the Vice Mayor, Madam Solario Luna and Carson Clower, and Jim Gillio, who has represented me in District 4, and all of you have done well. And you've put in a tremendous amount of work. And most of the unfair criticism you get, which is personal criticism, has nothing to do with the issues, and accusations come from people who never did anything. That's their specialty. They don't know anything. It's like the old joke. When you stop someone on the street and you ask them, what do you think about ignorance and apathy? And they say, I don't know and I don't care. Okay. Most of the accusations that you get, which have nothing to do with the issues or arguments about the issues, are strictly about people who don't ever come here, don't ever do anything, don't ever read anything, have no idea how the government works, don't even have any idea what restrictions you're under, and think you get $10 million a month and all the pie you can eat. Well, they don't know their you-know-what from a hole in the ground, okay? So I want to personally thank you because I've lived here for 26 years happily. And most of the happiness is because generally this is a well-run city. Now, we've changed over the years. We used to be a tiny little town, and we are not that anymore. We're a full-grown city, and you guys are doing full-grown work. Hundreds and hundreds of pages, many times a 350-page agenda packet that you can't even pick up unless you got a back brace on. And most of the people have no idea what's in it or what the requirements are. They don't know what the funding is, and they don't know and they don't care, like the joke goes. So I thank you. You have my personal admiration, and we'll continue to argue, and we will continue to agree on some things and continue to disagree, but we will do it on principle, and I think that's what it counts. So I thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Thank you, Marty.
Thanks, Marty.
Roland.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, Roland Resendez, resident of Hollister, City of Hollister, but soon to be District 2 City Councilman. It's like Marty stole my thunder because I came up here to address you three that are outgoing and tell you the exact same thing, that your hard work and your dedication, I wanted to go on record publicly and thank you for it. I don't know if I'll get a chance to address you three again, but I've learned a lot in the years that I've done so much different community organizing and volunteer work. In the 90s, I was vice president alongside Mickey Luna for the MACE Committee, Mexican American Committee on Education. Right. And I've done so much work. So now I'm so optimistic and so excited to be able to sit up there and to create a path and to leave my mark just like you guys have. I wanted to tell you thank you, like I said, for all the hard work that you've done. Carol, I'm excited to work with you. I think we never really got to know each other too much, aside from the work that a little bit of work that I've done on the Planning Commission with you. But I think that we have a lot in common, and the whole new council that's coming up there, it's going to be a very exciting time and optimistic. I'm very optimistic for that opportunity. So thank you, and I just wanted to close and say, yes, like Marty said, we may not have always agreed on some of the issues, but I don't want you guys to leave this council without me publicly stating that your hard work and your dedication and your service to this community, not only on the council, but over the years, is not going to go unnoticed. I hope that we can work together in the future, and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you again. Good night.
Thank you.
And the next two speakers will be Nacho Ponce and Richard Oliver.
Hello, board members. I'm kind of here to complain about you guys, some of you guys being politicians. The thing that happened with the bike lane a couple weeks ago is a little ridiculous because someone tried to push people losing their parking on Central just to hear them complain about 4th Street and how come businesses can't come in and do all this. What does Central have to do with 4th Street? Nothing at all, other than maybe that money was supposed to go to use to make that look better. But that's kind of sneaking it under the bridge here. And that's not a good thing to do, especially to the public. Because you wonder why people hate politicians? It's because of things like that. So anyway, that's all I really had to say about that. Thank you.
Richard.
Hello, my name is Richard Oliver. I appreciate the opportunity of speaking with you for just a moment or two. I represent the Fairview Corners property and the Gavilan College property, I think northeast corner of Fairview and Airline Highway. We have an approved, we have an approved environmental document, approved development agreement, approved specific plan, and approved vesting tentative map in the county. We are working together with Gavilan College to do the improvements along Fairview Road. Gavilan College is beginning now to work on their campus at that site. We will be collectively doing some of those improvements together, and both of our properties are in the Hollister urban area. And as such, we are subject to an existing memorandum of agreement regarding the water service and the sewer service. We are required under that memorandum of understanding to seek service for sewer, sanitary sewer, in the City of Hollister Regional Treatment Plant. We have submitted a request to the city for both a will serve letter and also to start the process to amend the sphere of influence, which is necessary by state law for us to connect to the City of Hollister Sewer Treatment Plant. We are required to do that. And we met this last Friday, with several members of the city staff and discussed that along with Bill Nicholson from LAFCO, because the sphere of influence process must go through LAFCO. It also was made clear to us that as a developer, both ourselves and Gavilan College cannot request of LAFCO to improve to change the sphere. That has to come from the city. So the staff suggested that I come to this public meeting tonight under public comment and just request this council to have the staff begin working on that process so that it eventually can come to the city council for a hearing so that we can do that. And that will take the cooperation of efforts to do that, and that has to happen before it goes to LAFCO. So there'd be a chance for both the city council to vet the process and then also submit the application to LAFCO then to amend the sphere of influence. And we'd appreciate the help in doing that. And just one comment at our meeting with the staff, it was thought that perhaps the Cielo Vista project, which adjoins our property, is not in the sphere of influence. I went back and checked the general plan, and I found that it is in the sphere of influence. So we would be asking to amend us to also be included in the sphere so that we can comply with the memorandum of understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next two speakers, Kathy Sanchez and Dennis Martin.
Hello, my name is Kathy Sanchez. I live at 410 North Street, and I'm here to ask for your leadership and support on the subject of no parking that will go into effect for 409 and 419 North Street. And my neighbor from 419 North Street is here with me. And this is going to happen once the North Street project extension is completed. These two addresses are across the street from my property, and I feel that no parking designation across the street from me is going to negatively impact my property value in the long run, and it's inconvenient to my neighbor. My neighbors at 409 and 419 are going to lose the ability to park in front of their homes. And yes, once the street improvement is completed, we're getting newly paved street, a widened street, but we lose the ability to park in front. Parking is taking place now. It's on the dirt, but once the improvement is completed, my neighbors lose their parking. City staff is limited in ways to help my neighbors at 409 and 419 North Street. And this is because in April 2017, the Planning Commission voted no parking as part of approving the map for the North Street extension and the Allendale housing development. I was at the public hearing in 2017. But I believe the Planning Commission voted this because it was in response to city staff saying it was necessary. Well, it's now a year and a half later, and the map is final, and I want city staff to consider ways to help my neighbors. It's a 79-foot right-of-way in front, and I live across the street from there. It's very wide. I would like for you to please direct the staff to take this subject up. Support us in looking at ways to make parking happen for my neighbors at 409 and 419. The North Street extension isn't done yet. Something for my neighbors should be possible without holding up the project. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, and through the Madam Vice Mayor, I have some questions, and I can't ask them because it's public comment until my report, correct? I just want to make sure. Can we mark this item for then so we can talk about it, or during your report if you'd like? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor and City Council. Thank you for taking my comments tonight. I'm Dennis Martin. I represent BIA Bay Area, the Building Industry Association. Has home building members throughout the Bay Area, including several working here in Hollister and throughout San Benito County. I'm here tonight to talk to you about an issue that has come before our members. It's a problem that was created when you voted in recently the new development services fees back in October, and it negatively has impacted several of our members here in San Benito County that are working in the pipeline for new Hollister homes. We met with staff approximately 2 weeks ago to discuss the item and point out where we thought that transparency needed to be improved and that outreach had not been completed for us because none of our builders were aware that the fee was coming before the City Council. This particularly impacts the new single-family dwelling unit fee, and that has increased about 60% or over 60% from $4,100 per unit to over $6,600 per unit. So it is costing builders here that are in the pipeline several $100,000 in the project. And so we'd like to ask you to direct staff to re-agendize this item because the increases are significant and should require, one, a better explanation and better documentation than was provided on the 25th, or I'm sorry, on the 15th, but also that there be a consideration for fairness, for construction valuations that we feel production housing is able to achieve here as opposed to one-off single-family homes. So we do ask that you speak with staff and provide the opportunity for us to appear again at a future hearing and discuss these fees a little more in detail. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Any other speakers?
The next two speakers will be Michael Evans and Zavon Casada.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm with Dennis as well. We've been talking with staff, like Dennis said, the last couple of weeks, and there was some unclarity about some of the fees and how they're affecting us. And we've been reaching out to staff for the last couple of months, and I think we're getting there. We're not against any and all fees that were that got raised up. But there's a few in there that's severely still unclear about where the nexus came from, and we just want to get to know a little bit better. So working with staff, they recommended that we come up here, ask you guys to maybe have staff work with us for a little bit and then reschedule this for a future city council date for discussion. I thank you for your time.
Any other speakers?
Zavon Casada.
Hello, my community of champions. My name is Zavon Casada, and I'm a full-blown artist from San Diego County, Hollister, California. I didn't get to speak on, there was something on the agenda about the homeless and, like, going in there and, taking them, camping them or something like that, removing them. I mean, where are you going to remove them to? That's not a solution. The solution, it's everywhere. And San Francisco is trying to get on track with it, but there's too many people. So now there's apartments right there in the same place where all the homeless people are at. I'm homeless too as well. There's a part on the wall, and then there's a housing project that's only going to be 3 months out of the year used. And they're brand new homes. And they're only going to be used 3 months a year. That's what the guy told me when I asked him. All brand new homes, and there's homeless people right down the street from there. So all year, those homes are going to be empty. Well, 3 months of it. And then the services for the homeless are like thrown out the window. We've only talked about them twice since I've been coming to city council meetings, and they've all been denied their stuff. And I know they get money from the state. So what's going on with the services? Not to mention, real quick, the theater. I don't know if the high school had their last, I know they had the last play there, the 13th, the musical. That's the last time they're going to be able to have something there because they're not getting their lease back. Why isn't the city buying that theater and giving it to the high school or something? Didn't we just build a new visual performance room for them and bring some young stars out of here and start getting the city on track? We are a city now, right? Mr. Richmond said we are a city now. So we've got to start thinking like a city then and start waiting for the people because they're coming and the housing projects are being built like that. There's so many things I want to talk about. We're going to turn that high school, the Gavin College, into a rehabilitation center. Is that rehab? Is that what they're saying? No, what are we going to turn? Because Gavin College, if they're leaving, I don't know. Maybe I misheard something. I'm sorry. I apologize. People do that. But if I misheard that, we could keep that as a college and have vocational schools, beauty, hair school, a little bit of makeup, whatever they do for vocationals. Because there's a lot of young mothers here that would like to do something like that can't get to Salinas or to Morgan Hill or to San Martin to go to those schools. Why can't we build them here? Why can't we have some vocational schools here where people get out of high school, they can go do something here and have to worry about other things going on in their life? I'm just trying to come up with solutions for the things that are going out there. Like that little property right there at the corner of East Street, right here down the street, that's empty. Look at Hospitality House in San Francisco. Look at it online. That place, that building, can be used just for the same thing, for art. It would be awesome to turn this into some kind of district into an art district. Get districts put where they're, the Sierra Vista district is such a booming district, but it doesn't even have a common area to kick back at. It's like a lower Knob Hill in San Francisco, but they got parks over there. They don't even got a park over there. You got all kinds of young money walking their dogs and all that, and they ain't got no place to socialize with each other. How are you going to get any innovation or ideas? How What are we doing to help the downtown area? Really help them. Go look at what Los Baños is doing. I'm telling you, we're going to be a drive-through community if we don't put our thing up there and get our A game on innovation. We're brilliant people that live here. Please, that's all I'm saying. Look at Los Baños. They're redoing all their downtown, helping other buildings like we should to get on track instead of trying to build new ones.
Thank you. The final speaker card I have is Kevin Henderson.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kevin Henderson. Last City Council meeting, Vice Mayor Luna had asked for a report from the City Manager about the rally. There wasn't much of a report ready, so I'm hoping that we hear a report this evening. I think it's almost too late to plan for a rally. I mean, it takes a lot of planning. I'd really like to see our rally planning be years out instead of just, think about it once a year. So I think that would be very good for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards, Vice Mayor Solario Luna.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to item D, City Manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's see. We had a brief comment during public input about North Street and some parking. I actually don't know too much about how that situation is and what's going on there with the improvements, et cetera. So if it pleases the council, I'd like to be able to get with staff and understand sort of what the discussion has been up until this point, and get a better understanding of exactly what it is. I understand that it is a fairly large right-of-way, but it's not necessarily, the right-of-way isn't necessarily from curb to curb. The point of that road isn't arterial, it's to move traffic. So I just want to make sure that when we're discussing policy about parking on-street or off-street, that we know exactly what we're talking about and what the real intent is of that road section. So I think it's a little bit unfair for us to really sit down and talk about it, but I'd like to be able to have the opportunity to bring it back to a future council meeting and discuss it at that time. I'll try to do something with the cannabis. We had a brief discussion about the bike line and the ATP grant over on the west side and how it was sort of morphed into the 4th Street. And truly, that's exactly what it was. I mean, there was a plan and a grant that was obtained for the city of Hollister to do some improvements on both 4th Street and Central Street. I think we've had enough discussion now. We've kind of come to the realization that it's not going to be a part of the city's future plans. So we're moving on from that perspective, and you should hopefully see some other improvements on 4th Street here shortly. We are going to be trying to incorporate both Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the West Gateway Beautification Project, and hopefully that goes out to bid probably, what did we say, like February or March now, Danny? Something like that. So hopefully early 2019 we'll be able to get that whole package together. We've identified a couple of ways to save some money, especially in the mobilization, so that should be helpful. And I'm done. No.
You wish.
Yeah, right. We can, if the council desires by a nod of the head, we can bring back the fees. These are the types of things that are sometimes a little bit more difficult. I don't know if you want us to continue to work with the folks from the BIA, the Building Industries Association. We hadn't raised fees for a long time. I understand that there was a fairly large meeting with everybody, and I don't know if anything obviously something didn't get resolved as a result of that meeting. But if you folks are interested, that's fine. If you're not interested, then that's fine as well. I mean, we can move on. And then, was that it? I think that was it.
The urban wastewater.
If it's on the sphere of influence. That's a long, drawn-out discussion. I think everybody here knows how I feel about the HUMOP and the Hollister Urban Area Wastewater and Water Management Plan. Super frustrating that the sphere of influence and LAFCO is still getting sort of hung up in this discussion. I think that we need to, again, continue to work with Bill Nicholson over there, because the intent of that document and the wastewater treatment plant, as well as the water treatment facility, was to serve a large area in this community. And so, again, if this is going to be a situation where out of jurisdiction services can only be met by having properties within the sphere of influence, that's a huge undertaking, and we actually need to have a lot of discussion as it relates to that, because I believe some things in the past have been given without that. I don't want to say past precedent is good for the future precedent, but we need to be able to continue to play under the same rules constantly, right? And so I would, before we talk a little bit more about that, I do believe that our sphere of influence needs to be modified a little bit. It hasn't been in quite some time, and the WHOWAMP is an excellent document to use in order to get some of that stuff done. But I want to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and the rules don't change again when we decide to do it a different way. Because as most of you know, we've asked and have several resolutions adopted by LAFCO that say one particular thing, and it's not actually going down that way. So I will work with the developers at Four Corners and Cielo Vista and all the other ones that are out there to try to figure out how to actually make this work. Because again, just for this council to know and the public to know, we are currently serving Santana Ranch at the county, and the county's Santana Ranch is not within our sphere of influence. That's why I say the consistency is what's troubling here.
Well, there's more than that. There's more projects than that. That's one of them. And my question to you, if you can answer quickly, and if not, we can talk about it later, is, I just brought up the urban wastewater management plan map, and that area is within the urban wastewater management plan, which we have allowed other people to hook up to without modifying the sphere of influence, because the fear or the concern that I've heard from the community is when you modify the sphere of influence, there's a potential that the city is going to grow and grow and grow and keep growing. And I know that there's other facts to that, and it's not necessarily the truth. And what happens when you modify the sphere of influence is the city actually has more control over the growth that surrounds it, as opposed to not having any control over the growth that surrounds it. But I just noticed that it's in the what you call the UWAMP. I don't know if I can say the word the way you say it.
Yeah.
But the urban wastewater management plan, and I don't know why they can't do what everybody else has done and hook up to the system. That's my basic question.
So here's again, it's not necessary. We could probably talk about this forever, but let me just say this: it also makes it very difficult when it's in somebody's current district, which is Sunny Silk County Water District, which they've already agreed to serve. So then you're just talking about the effluent part of things, and that's where it's frustrating.
Thank you.
Okay, so these items are not on the agenda, so we're just going to move on. Thank you for any other reports from City Manager? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to public hearing. Anybody want a break at this time? 5-minute break?
Sure.
Okay,
Yes.
5-minute break. Thank you.
Is there anybody that needs
public hearings. E1.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. E1, staff is recommending that we continue this to a date certain of January, I believe it's 17th. The reason for continuing to a date certain is to allow us to make proper notifications and or not submit another public notice in the paper. But staff would suggest that you open the public hearing because there may be some people here this evening that would like to speak. We want to make sure that they have that opportunity to do so because, again, it was advertised, but we're not necessarily requesting to go through the entire item. So.
And you mentioned January 17th, which is a Monday, but on the staff report it says January 21st.
That is correct because that Monday is Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, I believe. Yeah, it's a holiday for us on that Monday.
Okay, so it's the third Monday in January. I apologize. Is what date?
It's actually going to be a Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday the
18th?
Tuesday the 18th. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so...
I'm sorry?
Are you taking it until the 21st?
You can speak now, too.
Tuesday, January 22nd. But you are able, when they open up public comment, if you're here tonight, you can speak tonight as well.
Looking to clarify it.
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving
January
on to, does any council members have any comments on public hearing item number 1? If not, we'll open it up to the public. Public hearing open for any commentaries. Do we have any speaker card?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, Marty Richmond.
Okay.
Marty Richmond from Hollister. I own neither a boat nor an RV, just to put this in perspective. I do not like the new proposal. As preparing to run for office this time, I drove around every street in my district. People own boats and they own RVs and they got them in their driveways, and I don't see any difference between having a reasonably sized boat or RV or having a vehicle in your driveway. We don't tell people how many vehicles they can have. I've seen driveways just stacked with vehicles from front to back and no complaint whatsoever. And somebody puts a boat in there and they're in violation technically. Why? I don't understand it. This is a working city. This is a city where people enjoy their recreation. And you know, for some of them, if they didn't have a boat in their driveway, if they had to pay $60 or $80 a month to store their boat somewhere else, they couldn't have that boat. That's number one. Number two is every time they wanted to work on it, it'd be a pain in the butt because they'd have to go get it, drag it home, and this way they can go home at night. It's on the driveway. If it's not a wreck, as long as it's in good shape, and it's no bigger than a truck, then the truck they would be allowed to have in their driveway anyway. What difference does it make to anybody? So with that, I have that problem with it. So I don't like the new rules. If something's a wreck, whether it's a car or a truck or an RV or a boat, it shouldn't be there. I think we all agree on that because we already have rules on you can't put your dilapidated car with no tires on it in there. It has to be able to roll. So I don't like that rule. The second rule is we ought to. The driveway defines how wide it can be. The driveway defines how long it can be because it can't be out to the sidewalk. We all know that. That's illegal. But we ought to define how high it can be because we don't want a 40-foot high item in there because it blocks the sun and it looks bad. That should be around 10 feet in my opinion. Again, I don't own one, so I'm not doing it for me. I just looked at what people have. They're very proud of the fact they have an RV parked there. I agree that no one should be allowed to live in that RV. I think that's a bad violation, and I think we should ticket it, okay, and not play around. And I agree that nobody should have a wreck in their yard because I think it's bad for the neighborhood. It's blight on the neighborhood. It runs the property values down. I think it's a what do they call it? An attractive nuisance? Is that the proper terminology for the kids that could get hurt? But the fact somebody has a beautiful boat that they've invested a lot of money in, or a trailer with 2 motorcycles on it, and it's no bigger than a truck would be there anyway, what difference does it make to anybody? So if they took that out and put the truck there, nobody would say anything. So I think we got to take a good hard look at this, honestly. I can't see kind of changing the lifestyle of so many people just because we have a rule. I think the rule needs to make sense. I think it needs to protect the neighborhood to the degree we need to, protect the neighbors, but at the same time, I think it ought to encourage people to be able to do recreation and outside things they want to do. So I thank you for your time, and I hope in the future we can get a better product.
Thank you, Marty.
I have no more speakers, Madam Vice Mayor.
Back to the City Council. Any other comments?
Not for now, but we're going to hear it again, correct?
Yeah, you will be moving it to January.
Yeah, and we'll be hearing more from the public too, so I'm always interested in that.
And I apologize. For some reason, I'm thinking December, and I didn't mean. I now know what I was messing up on in January. So the first or the second meeting in January, the second regular meeting in January, because of the holiday on Monday the 21st, it will be heard on January 22nd. Okay, Tuesday night.
Yes. Okay. All right. We'll move on to item number 2.
Good evening.
I have to abstain. I live
Okay.
within 300 feet of the project.
Okay. Councilmember Lenore is recusing herself.
And I just wanted to, before I start, I did bring packets because I don't know if people like paper plans or anything.
Yeah, we
so
have them
if you guys wanted anything, paper, I have that. This item is an appeal for a project that was approved by the Planning Commission. On September 27th, 2018, the Planning Commission approved a minor subdivision and a site and architectural for the subdivision of an existing lot into 3 lots, as well as for the construction of 3 townhomes in the downtown mixed-use zoning district. The property is located at 221 Hawkins Street between the 7-Eleven on the west and the Big Sale Store on the east. On October 4th, 2018, Richard and Karen Quaid, the property owners of 927 San Benito Street, which neighbors the 7-Eleven, filed an application for an appeal of the Planning Commission decisions on the 27th. The appellant's basis for the appeal is that the approved project requires the reopening of the alley between the 7-Eleven convenience store and the appellant's property at 927 San Benito Street, which is currently gated and fenced off. The patrons of the 7-Eleven store have caused problems such as littering, vandalism, noise, public urination, and defecation for the neighboring property. And in 1986, the property owners were allowed to put up a fence and gate to close the alley. The appellants are concerned that the reopening of the alley will bring back problems from before and further escalate the problems that have continued with the fence in place. Staff's response to the appeal is as follows. The approved project would subdivide, as stated before, an approximately 4,422 square foot lot into 3 individual residential lots with 2 attached townhomes on 2 lots facing Hawkins Street and 1 detached townhome unit which faces the alley. In a letter which was included in your packet dated August 28, 1985 from the city manager, it was indicated that the city, in consultation with the neighboring property owners as well as the 7-Eleven, would be placing no loitering signs on the premise at the 7-Eleven in an effort to stop congregation of people around the properties. And this letter indicated that the 7-Eleven would be willing to consider fencing the area if the no loitering signs did not solve the problems that were occurring at that time. In another letter from the City of Hollister Police Department, which was dated January 8, 1986, it's indicated that the city manager had directed the police department to continue with the closure of the alley. This appears to have been an administrative action, which was taken after receiving input from the city attorney, the building department, planning department, and fire department, as well as the property owners within the vicinity of the alley at that time. And the letter indicates that the 7-Eleven was directed to install the fence and gate. In 2010, the city received an inquiry from the property owner of 221 Hawkins Street for a potential residential development. And there's a letter dated from June 10th of 2010 from the city staff to the property owner at 927 San Benito Street, in which the city requested that the fence be removed from the public right-of-way. And it's my understanding after speaking with staff who was involved that the Quades provided the two letters from 1985 and 1986 to the city at that time. And the property owner of 221 Hawkins Street decided not to pursue the development concept in 2010. And so city staff did not then feel that they needed to further pursue the removal of the fence and gate. It's staff's opinion that these letters do not provide evidence of any legal granting of the alley to the property owners by an official action such as a lease or sale or abandonment. As such, in consultation with the city attorney, the city has the right to revoke the administrative action as it's deemed appropriate. And we understand that installing the fence was the direction of the city staff at the time, but we feel that the development of the property at 221 Hawkins Street is the appropriate time to reopen and improve the right-of-way. The project provides much-needed housing at appropriate density, and it's a priority downtown infill project. The project meets the intent of the general plan and complies with the City of Hollister zoning ordinance, including parking, which is a priority for downtown. The project has been designed, reviewed, and approved, all with the intention of reopening the alley, and it's conditioned appropriately for that. The developer is conditioned to fully improve the length and width of the alley, as well as replace the fence along the property line at 927 San Benito Street. And the alley will be utilized as the only access to and from the new residence which faces the alley. There will be one-way traffic, which would run west to east from San Benito to East Street. With the approved project, the alley will be lighted, paved, red curb to prevent parking because it's a narrow right-of-way, and utilized by the new residents as a main kind of driveway. Staff feels that in addition to the public's right to have access to the right-of-way, the new development, as well as the improvements, will increase the use and the eyes on the street of the alley, and it has the potential to help decrease some of the nuisance that continues to this day, even with the fence in place. The police and fire departments have expressed that they would be in favor of having the alley open for health and safety purposes and to allow for circulation and observation rather than the fence as it currently exists. This project was discussed by the Development Review Committee in June, August, and September of this year, where all of the city departments, including fire, police, engineering, planning, building, were able to give their input. Staff also met with the Quades on June 13th of 2018, which was prior to the project being heard at a public hearing to hear their concerns on the opening of the alley. At that meeting, staff expressed that the public right-of-way cannot be privately blocked and that the alley should be opened. There was discussion of options like a prescriptive easement, but upon further review with the city attorney, it was determined that public right-of-way can't be granted by prescriptive easement in the same way that private property can. And city staff also considered abandonment of part or all of the alley, but it wasn't a favorable option to opening it. The Quades were present at the initial public hearing for the project at the June 28th Planning Commission meeting, where this item was continued and then changes were made. And then the Quades were again present at the September 27th Planning Commission meeting, where they were able to express their concerns to the commission before the final action was taken. Staff and the commission took into consideration the appellant's position, but we determined that the alley as public right-of-way should be reopened and improved as part of the process for the development of the 221 Hawkins Street. to help protect the neighboring property owners and preserve their privacy after having a fence that's been longstanding removed, the applicant of 221 Hawkins Street has been conditioned to reinstall a privacy fence along their property line. Staff recommends the City Council hold a public hearing to consider the appeal for Planning Commission decision, which approved minor subdivision 2018-3 and site and architectural 2018-7. And staff also recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission decision. The Pellins, the Quades are here tonight, as well as the project applicant, Allen Brookshire. If you had any questions for them, and then I'm also available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from City Council at this time?
So we just received this packet. I did see in the original agenda at the last meeting we had the letters from the two appellants, and my question is for perhaps you or the city attorney, because I'm reading through the abandonment law here on the dais, trying to understand it as best I can quickly. What's our legal position here? Is this something that if this council chooses to have 3 votes, can we abandon this alley, or is it legally something that we cannot do? And is there one more question to duplicate on that? Is there any utility easements in that alley as well? Thank you.
Councilman Gilio, I'm sorry, are you asking a question regarding the number of votes that are present?
No, I'm asking if this is legal to abandon this public alleyway by decision of a city council or county board of supervisors, et cetera.
You know, Councilman Gilio, I'm not convinced that I'm prepared to answer that for you this evening. We did discuss this matter, but it was at least a couple of months ago. And I would need to, I don't have all of the packet here in front of me. I would need some time to review that again. I am confident that what staff put together would be sufficient and legal for the council to act on.
Councilman Clow.
We have done this, but that's not what's in front of us tonight. So there's a very long process that we went through for another right-of-way. And it did not look like this. I think this is just about the decision that was made at the Planning Commission level.
Thank you.
My question is, I went by there to see it, and I remember when it was the alley. And also, there seems to be like a trailers or storage area in the alley right now. So being that it's a city alley, has anybody been actually paying any fees to have all that storage in the city alley? Can anybody answer that?
No.
No payment?
No.
No fees?
It's been utilized essentially as private property since the fence was put up.
And it's not private, it belongs to the city?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay. All right. Any other comments from City Council? Not, we'll open it up for public hearing. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Richard Quaid.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and express my concerns. Thank you, Eva, for putting it out there pretty closely. I am the former owner of 927 San Benito Street. It belonged to my grandparents, my grandparent, before he passed away, and my parents after that. We subsequently sold the property to my tenant, who was a tenant for the last 11 years. And I presented you a packet with history of the closing of the alley back in 1986, 32 years ago, and why it was done, because of the problems of the 7-Eleven closed, which was exacerbated when you allowed them to open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that created a problem. I think if you open the alley now, you're going to have the same problems that we had back in the 1980s with loitering, vandalism. I don't care what kind of a fence you put in. Right now, that driveway goes back to the garage at the rear of the house, and that's the only access to the garage. We're not here to oppose Mr. Berkshire's building on the vacant lot behind the 7-Eleven. We're just here to oppose the opening of the alley. And talking to Mr. Berkshire, he believes that he can make his project work without the alley being opened. And I think that's pretty well explained in Exhibit A of my packet, the history of closing it back in 1986. And Eva did a good job of doing it. Exhibit B is from the Highway and Streets and Highway Code, and it authorizes the city council to vacate the property. And I would argue that the property being closed for 32 years is an indication the city basically vacated the property. And I think the information on that packet would stand up pretty well in a court action, and I would not like to have to do that. Again, I'm here tonight to represent the new owners of the property, and I think that it would be good to consider abandoning the alley completely and giving them the opportunity to either purchase the 1,400 square foot or so that it amounts to, or to deed the property to them, and then they can begin paying taxes on it. That's my proposal. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Any questions from City Council?
No, ma'am.
No?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our
Any
next
other
speaker,
speakers?
Maria Casares.
Okay.
I'm actually the new owner of 927 San Benito Street. Very proud owner, happy. But by opening that alley is just going to create a lot of problems. We have problems now, but because of that fence being there, it kind of gets it away. We have a lot of fighting going around. A lot of homeless that are not able to get in our fence because it's locked up. It's private. The trailer that's there, I mean, we were just under the assumption that that was all private property. That's actually my trailer. If you guys do, if it is opened, the way my house is built, my bathroom window is right there. We only have one bathroom. That's where we go to the restroom, and that's where we take our showers. I would never be able to have that open. My bedroom is right there in the alley. I would never be able to have that open. Somebody can easily just break in or look in and, you know, kind of scope it out or whatever, and that's just, I don't feel safe. It's a very narrow alley, so everybody will have access just to go by and look and have, you know, what they want if needed to. My fence is right there to open the backyard, to go through the backyard. Anybody can just walk through there and, you know, make themselves at home. Our driveway, like they said, is right there, or not our driveway, but our garage, and that is the only way to get through there. I mean, it's just, it's going to be really, really upsetting if it is open. I won't feel safe. I have 3 little doggies that are in the backyard. I won't feel safe for them. One of them has cancer. With that being open, you got, you know, dogs running around, cats, and just all kinds of little critters. And by being aggressive, you know, they can always fight each other. And with my dog having cancer, I can't take that chance, you know. But with all that being said, I don't want that open. I won't feel safe. I want to stay there. I love that home. And not only that, I mean, will I lose value of the house of it being open right there? I mean, I'd have to look into this. I plan on being there for a very long time. But if this is going to be open, I'm going to have second thoughts, and I don't want to have those second thoughts. So I please beg of you guys to not please open up that alley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Amber Sanchez.
Amber?
Good evening, Vice Mayor Solario Luna, and good evening, council members. I really appreciate your time. So I am also the owner of 927 San Benito Street, 27 years old, and I was just able to purchase my first home. So with being hit with this nightmare, it's devastating. It really is. To reiterate everything that my mom had said, this would continue to just crash on us. As it is, we do experience a lot of the fighting, the stealing of the beer from 7-Eleven, the constant yelling of the homeless, the constant traffic in and out, very aggressive traffic. It's especially, when it's late at night. I mean, 7-Eleven is the only 24-hour store that we have in Hollister, so we see every single thing. And every weekend is really intense for us. And I couldn't imagine if this alley was open, what we would continue to see. Again, I just want to reiterate and highlight some of the key points as far as we'll continue to see the traffic in and out, the urinating, the defecating, the graffiti. And I understand that, maybe with the consistency and the routine of it being open, that will die down. And I hardly doubt that, because I feel that with the 11 years that we've been there, I mean, we have barely been able to get a handle on kind of maintaining the traffic and the people jumping over our fence and trying to get into our backyard. And it's gotten really ugly. But again, we've gone to the point where we've been there 11 years and we've been able to maintain that. So I can't imagine another drastic change being thrown into this and us having to deal with, again, the alley being open, the traffic, the reconstruction, the building, and the change to go along with it. I mean, again, we are recent homeowners, and all we would just love to do is just enjoy our home and not have to fight the city on getting this piece of our property that we've had for the last 11 years. And again, highlighting, it's been closed for 32 years, and that is obviously closed for a reason. And I'm really here, again, to just advocate for our home, advocate for my family, and to express our high concern. If this alley were to be open, it would just crash on our dream come true that we just were able to get. It would be a nightmare. That's all I can really say if this alley were to be open. So I greatly appreciate you guys hearing us out, hearing our concerns, and I'm hoping that you guys will not open this alley. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards.
No other speaker card? Okay. Yes. We have one more.
I don't have a card with you. Morning, Richard from Hollister. Assuming, and I haven't seen the paperwork, but assuming that the city did order the alley closed or recommend the alley closed 32 years ago, and hasn't gone to the trouble of opening it up again until recently and saying, oh yeah, now you want to do something, we want to open it up. I do think that is significant. That is a significant factor in your decision making. I wonder if the chief would be prepared to go on the record, not to me, but to you, as whether or not this 7-Eleven is a hot spot of problems. And no matter what happens, I understand I'm going to get a little off track here, but no matter what happens on your thing here, you should, if it is a hot spot of problems, we should look at it, at closing the alcohol sales down early or something, if that's part of the problem in the future. But that's not on the agenda today, so you can't do anything about it. But if it is on the city police department, one of the areas where the city police department knows that there are particular problems, and I haven't prepared for this, but so he would answer your inquiry, then that would reinforce what the appellates bring to the podium. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marty. Chief?
I have no more speakers. Chief?
Chief, would you like to comment on this?
Are you talking about 7-Eleven? Or what's the
Crime?
question exactly?
I think you said 7-Eleven crime.
If it was a hot spot of problems.
It's no busier than the other 24-hour operations we have. We've got, 3 others as well, so about the same.
Okay, thank you. All right. No other comment. We'll close the public hearing. Bring it back to council level. Any comments? Yes. Councilmember Clower?
Yeah, so I've got a couple thoughts and a couple questions. Obviously, this is a super emotional thing for you guys, and I can feel that from up here. So I'm kind of torn before I get into the questions because I feel what you guys are going through. At the same time, it looks to me like this was never actually really done. It was just somebody said okay from the staff level, and they really couldn't do that. They didn't. I don't think they had the right to do that because in our processes in the past, it's always come to the council for anything like this. And I also have some concerns about those property owners or tenants having that access to that property. And essentially, like you said, you thought that it was part of your property. It's not. That's part of everyone's property. It was brought up that the applicant may have stated at some point that this could be done without this access point being opened. I would like to get staff's opinion on that. And my specific question is probably going to end up with the fire chief because the emergency services is a very big part of this. So if I can get staff to weigh in on whether that was looked at and maybe why it wasn't actually done that way, because it sounds like you guys have been involved in this for a long time.
Yeah, so one of the designs that we had discussed with the applicant was potentially, and actually I have the PowerPoint, Christine, and so just I can show you on the plans. We had discussed, so this picture's fine. Coming from the top here, from the north to the south, having an access, like a one-way road with parking of some kind for properties and maybe making it higher, but the property is just too narrow to have any right-of-way, and financially doing 3 stories or subterranean parking with 2 stories wasn't financially feasible on this property, and so there was no way to do a one-way access from Hawkins to the alley or the other way, and so the only way to fit the properties on there was to have one face the alley, and so the applicant and their engineer has always been under the assumption, and the city staff has always been under the assumption that the alley should be opened for the reasons stated, because it's not feasible to do through access another way.
Can I say something on that on Berkshire? Is it okay? Or I can fill out a card? Or?
You can fill out a card with city clerk,
Can you
please.
do it afterwards? Is that right?
Do we need to reopen public comment, our public hearing?
Can we bring it back to?
You can bring it back and reopen the public hearing at Mr. Berkshire.
Do I need to fill this card out, or can I just go up there and speak?
We'll fill it out afterwards, Mr. Berkshire.
We are opening up the public comment, public hearing.
When this whole process started, I was very adamant with.
Can we have your name, please?
My name is Alan Berkshire. I was very adamant with Mr. Rivera and several other city officials that before we started this planning process, we needed to know exactly what was going to happen with the alley. And we were ready to do whatever. We were ready to design a building that where the alley would be reopened or would remain closed. So this was entirely the city's decision to reopen the alley. We were ready to do whatever to put a building on there to accommodate the alley or leave it closed.
Okay. Are there any other comments at that time? This time it's still open. Okay. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Continue.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Yes. Council member Gillia?
Yeah, for staff, it's really hard to see in this picture. I'm looking at a street view going up the alley from San Benito, facing, if you're driving into what is now the alley that's been blocked off by a fence.
Okay.
So there-
Christine, if you could go to the next picture. So
Thank you. You have one up there?
everyone can see. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, and that one's
That one, and then
one more?
the one more after that.
There we go. Perfect. So it's a little hard to see here. Perhaps on the bigger screen you can see it better. It looks like there's a wood fence that sticks out from the house, probably 4 or 5 feet, I'm guessing. I don't know what the setback is exactly, but is that the actual property line, or is the house the property line? Because that fence could theoretically be extended all the way down the side of the house if that was their property line. I'm just not sure.
I believe that there's a few feet to the property line, but we'd have to look at a parcel. I'm not exactly sure where the property line is.
You see the fence I'm talking about?
Yeah,
not sure about that right
there's the back fence as well. Yeah, and
Straight, I'm sorry, if it was to go straight all the way back to the front of the house, I don't know if that's the property line or not.
So that would be determined when we'd have to do a survey, and the applicant's actually conditioned to do that survey to find the property lines, the right of way. And then the fence would be placed on the.
Okay, so we're not that far yet with the map.
Yeah, the map of the property, the developing property, doesn't show the property line of that property.
Thank you.
My question is, there's a fence right now between 7-Eleven and the alley, correct? So are you proposing another fence next to the house?
So the fences that are in the right of way.
Can you put the picture back up?
The fences in the right of way would be removed, and one would be placed on the property line, because that is their side yard fence as well as being a parking area or what have you. But a fence would be replaced to give them privacy on their property line wherever it may fall.
So that fence would cover the windows that you're talking about, the window, the bathroom window, and all that. Okay. So.
Yeah, it would be along the side of the house.
All right.
And it would likely be a 6-foot fence.
Okay. Any other comments from City Council?
I do want to make a comment. That I want to echo. I don't want to take too much time because
right.
we're busy. But the comments that Carson Clower made, I truly feel your issues and your empathy, and ultimately this may be something that needs to be settled by a court of law. If I don't know what if you guys always felt that was your property all along and it's not, it's a tough situation. It really is, and I thank you all for coming and speaking tonight. Thank you.
All right. So, what is the decision for the City Council this time? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we uphold the Hollister Planning Commission approval of minor subdivision 2018-3, which is resolution number 2018-301.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion, unfortunately.
Moved and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Nay? No. Motion carries. Right.
I don't think it carries it.
All right.
Does not carry it.
If you voted no, it doesn't carry.
It does not
Yeah,
carry.
if you
So,
vote.
No, it'd be a 2-to-1 vote if you voted nay on that.
No, I voted yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I believe then the motion carried 3-0.
The motion
Is that
carries
correct?
3-1.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
3-0.
3-0.
So what
3-0.
did I say? Okay.
Okay, moving on. Okay. That's ordinance number 3. Item number 3.
Okay, good evening again. This item is related to the update of the city's grading and best management practice section of the municipal code. Chapter 15.24, grading and best management practice control, provides regulatory guidelines for grading activities and for the design, construction, and installation of improvements on private property and public properties within the city of Hollister. Periodically, the code must be updated to comply with state and federal regulation, as well as to provide clarifications to assist with development review processing. On October 25th, 2018, following a duly held public hearing, the City of Hollister Planning Commission adopted Resolution Number PC 2018-49, recommending to the City Council to approve amendments to Chapter 15.24, the best management, grading and best management practice control of the Hollister Municipal Code. I have a brief presentation here to show some of the minor changes. Some of the changes that are there are clarification. Other changes inside of the code refer to state regulations. So, how do you make this thing change? Oh, okay.
There we go. There you go.
All right. All right. Again, the purpose, there's minor change in this section of the code. It says the purpose of the chapter is to provide safe grading operations to safeguard life, limb, and property, and to preserve and enhance the natural environment, including but not limited to water quality by the regulation of clearing and grubbing. What happens with this section here, we have the subdivision section of the municipal code and the grading section of the municipal code. Those two cover some of the same areas. So to have consistency and clarification so that when we're dealing with developers or folks that have some questions, we're just cleaning up some of the language. So it was inserted in there. And the regulation of design, construction, and installation of improvements on private property and property owned by public agencies located within the city of Hollister. When a developer comes in and gets a grading permit to work in a subdivision, that grading permit and those improvement plans will not only allow them to move dirt, but it will allow them to do underground pipeline work, curb, gutter, sidewalk, paving, and everything. So again, this is what the language was doing, was cleaning that up. Again, to be consistent with some of the things that are going on with the subdivision ordinance, there were some definitions that needed to be cleaned up, such as best management practices, city engineer, administration and operational control of grading activities, and the construction and installation of improvements. Again, following that same theme of where the grading ordinance and the subdivision ordinances are tied together. Improvements further defined to specify that improvements include installation and construction in subdivisions, underground utilities, street improvements, water system improvements, sewers, and everything else that goes along with that. Grading plans or improvement plans, the two terms are interchangeable. Here are a couple of the things that you would find in a normal grading situation where you get a grading permit. You'd have, possible underground pipeline or sound wall improvements. This is a picture of the little green pipes in the back are the laterals for sewer, a hydrant, grading for a road or lot grading in the back. Again, site improvements. These are all things that would be covered by the subdivision ordinance, but also the grading ordinance. Again, curb, gutter, and grading, site improvements, bioretention. Other things that needed to be cleaned up in the grading ordinance include the application. Previous stormwater regulations before the latest permit that came out referred to the interim BMP plan. We were in a transition period from old stormwater regulations to the newer stormwater regulations. This just cleaning up terms. Instead of interim BMP plan, it would be the construction stormwater control plan or the stormwater control plan. One is for construction, the other one is for permanent BMPs. Another section talking about bonding for the improvements, performance bonds and labors and materials bonds, again, for consistency with the subdivision ordinance and grading ordinance. This is a section inside of the grading ordinance, again, for further clarification to people that are utilizing grading permits. Development shall comply with the California Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board Resolution number R3-2013-0032 or subsequent amendment thereto as applicable. The regional board requires post-construction control measures to be implemented with all new construction. Again, this is just further clarification inside of our municipal code so that folks, when they come to apply for these things, will have a better understanding. Security. Again, slide insertions, the approved grading plans, the construction stormwater control plan, stormwater control plan, in an amount determined by the city engineer, but not less than 100% of the approved estimate of cost of performing said work prior to the issuance of a permit. The bottom section there is for the labors and materials bonding. Performance bonding is for the improvements themselves. The labor and materials bonding is for payment to contractors, subcontractors, equipment rentals, and those types of things. Those things are required by state law and our municipal code. And again, this is just tying the two together. And I think that's about it. So our staff has prepared the necessary update to the city code to be consistent with state regulations. And as I said before, in addition, the update would assist in ensuring internal consistency during development review processing by providing clarification to miscellaneous sections in Chapter 15.24. Staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing, read by title only, and waive full reading. Staff further recommends that the City Council set the date of the second reading of the ordinance for December 3rd, 2018.
Okay. Any comments from City Council? Danny, how often do you have to do this or upgrade?
Periodically. I mean, if the law were to change and there were substantial changes, we probably have to do it when that law came out. If it is something that is minor and subtle, we can probably catch it during project conditioning, and whenever there is several changes that need to happen. This is the first update to this since we created the grading ordinance.
So how long has it been, do you think, since the last time it was updated?
I don't know exactly, but I know it's probably 7 or 8
But I'm glad you're doing it now.
Thank you.
Any other comments from City Council? If not, we'll open it up for public hearing. Any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Madam Vice Mayor.
All right. We'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council level. Where's the decision of the council?
I'm prepared to make a motion, Madam Mayor, if you're ready, Vice Mayor, if you're ready to entertain one.
Motion, is there a second?
Yeah, I was going to make a motion that we approve the ordinance and also set the public hearing for December 3rd.
Okay.
Thank you.
For December 3rd?
Yes.
What day was that?
That was a request, correct?
December 3rd.
December 3rd.
Second.
All right. We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to introduction, adoption of resolutions and ordinance. F1.
Thank you. Vice Chair, if you'll recall, we had a little bit of a discussion on the fire protection contracts for San Benito County and San Juan Bautista at our last meeting. If you'll also recall, I made a mistake on part of the attachments that were included in the San Juan Batistas that related to the utilization of the diesel mechanic on San Juan Batista's staff, and then also the lease agreement or the rental rate for the facility over in San Juan Batista. So the correct Schedule D is in your packet. Again, this is a 7-year contract with 3 1-year options. It's imperative that this is as part of the overall program to serve the west portion of San Juan. Serves the western portion of San Benito County and the city of San Juan Batista. So if there's any questions specifically, I would hope I can answer them. If not myself, I think the chief is still here, or Battalion Chief Dover is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Any comments or questions from City Council?
No.
If not, yes, do we have a speaker on that?
One final thing, I believe that at the Board of Supervisors meeting tomorrow, they have it on their agenda, and I will be attending that meeting, and I'll let you folks know as soon as I know how that went.
Okay. All right. Any other speakers? Not?
I have
All
no
right.
speaker cards.
None? Is the chief speaking?
I'm prepared to make a motion. Are you
All
guys
right.
have any questions?
Look.
I make a motion that we approve the 2018-302.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Going on to item number 2.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. Item number 2 is a supplemental appropriation of approximately $75,000 out of the general fund for a purchase of a commercial-grade lighting system to provide year-round tree lighting downtown, and the addition of a commercial sound system to provide the ability to play music or make announcements during events downtown. Costs break out to be about $30,000 for the commercial-grade lights and about $35,000 for the speaker system. This is all being handled by the HDA. So what this action does is approve the funds and approve the disbursement to HDA. It's a contract with HDA between the vendor and HDA. They will manage the contract. It will require no more staff time after this to manage this contract.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments from City Council? Yes, Councilmember Clower?
So the way this is set up, if it's approved, HDA handles installation and maintenance. My guess is maintenance isn't going to be free. It looks like there's a line item in here that $7,800 a year. Are we expecting that the HDA is going to come back to us every year and ask for $7,800 to make sure this thing keeps going? And then if something else goes wrong with the sound system, do we expect them to come back, or is that something that's already been sorted out?
My staff member who was involved in those meetings isn't here, and I'm doing this item for him. According to the report as I read it, no. It's a one-time expense that's listed multiple places in this report.
Okay. So I guess my concern is that anytime there's maintenance involved, it's never a one-time expense. And it looked like it would the lights are expected to, they're only year lights, if I remember right, but they're expected to last 3 to 5 years. So if we're going to do this, we've got a plan that we're going to be spending that money unless HGA is going to pick it up, and I'm pretty sure they're not. So if you want to continue the program, we've got to be thinking about the 10, 20 forever cost involved with having this program. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, City Council?
I'd like to hear from the public if there's any comments, and I'd like to make my comments, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
Do we have speaker cards?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm going to call them up 2 at a time. First one being Marty Richmond. The second one will be Gina Arnold.
Yes, I never did the last word. I only did the first word. First things first, I am pro lighting downtown. I think we should light up downtown within some reasonable amount of light that doesn't interfere. But, light's pretty controllable. People don't want light in their house. You just close the blinds or close the curtains, provided we don't have enormous spotlights out there. I don't feel the same way about sound. Sound, especially in these old buildings that are not very soundproof. Sound comes in. It's interruptive. And so I'm not convinced we should put a sound system in until we understand when we're going to use it, how we're going to use it, how loud it's going to be, what the allowable system is going to be, and rather than come back later and try and design that for every process we have and every time we have a different thing going on. So I'm worried about that. The other thing is basically this situation has been overcome by events. Many of the businesses downtown decided to put the lights up themselves, right? I don't think they paid as much money as HDA is asking for, and perhaps it wasn't done as a contract. And I understand fully the city's desire to have a single entity do it so they have someone responsible they can go to when they have a problem. And it's easier to manage. You can't, it's like a 218 process. You can't manage 500 different people, all have a different idea and haven't signed on. So that's a good reason. However, I am concerned that we just do this and we stifle any community input that people went to the expense, at their own expense, to do this. I think we ought to try to come to an agreement between the people downtown who want this lighting, the business people, and the HDA. And my recommendation is you should continue this for 60 days and direct these guys to sit down together and work out a plan together. And hopefully it's not a $71,000 plan, because that's a lot of money. Especially, I agree, Council Member Clower is absolutely on spot when he says if you got a maintenance program, you're going to see that maintenance program again and again and again. And light bulbs burn out, and we're going to be paying $3,300 for electricity, and we want to make sure all the lights are efficient. I just think we're rushing. Well, I don't want to use that term because that's used too many times on excuses. I don't think it's fair to the business people downtown who went to the expense and the trouble and to get off their butts and do something. I think they ought to have a chance to get in on this. And not all of them are in the HDA, and some of them probably resent the fact that the HDA is coming in now and saying, "Oh, just give me the responsibility, but give me $71,000." When the business owners did it on their own buck, they reached into their pocket and they spent the money themselves. And I think it's only fair that they be given a chance to sit down with the HDA and work something out. And I'm also really worried about putting in a sound system, unless we have very specific rules about when it can be used and with whose permission, because sound is invasive. Just ask anybody who's standing near one of these trucks going up and down the street with the big sound system in the bed. Thank you for your time.
The next two speakers will be Dan Recht and Jack Barbieri.
Hi, I'm Gina Arnold. I'm the Executive Director of the Hollister Downtown Association. As you know, the mission of the HDA is the revitalization of our historic downtown. Our Board of Directors had a theme this year, which was enhancing the customer experience in downtown, and this was a project that was brought forth through our design committee. So this was something that we felt would enhance downtown, and we brought it forward. We were working with the city staff for the last probably 6 to 8 months on this project, and we ask for consideration on this project. We are open to modifying the project, working with others, but we do feel that this would be a good project for the downtown district. It does get very dark down there. This would enhance the experience. We are longtime partners with the city of Hollister to bring the community to the downtown district. We personally produce 4 different events each year the Downtown Wine and Beer Stroll, the Street Festival and Car Show, the Lights On Celebration, and the Downtown Certified Farmers Market. We have been partners for 32 years. Our events, including Lights On, which is coming up on Saturday, is in its 28th year. It is the third largest event in San Benito County, and we love bringing people downtown. So we ask that you consider this project for the 13 events, 6 of them being parades downtown, to help us enhance the customer experience. Our lighting project would also extend lighting from 3rd to Hawkins Street, which is not currently lit at this moment. For 25 years, we've actually had volunteers come down and put up those lights and had sponsors for them. That opportunity was removed this year. We have done that, though, for the last 25 years. So, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Recht. I'm a local business owner. I work downtown and also work with the Hollister Downtown Association. This evening I want to commend the extensive staff efforts to continue the economic development and forward vision. The City Council and the City Council for hearing this. This is not just a last hurrah, but this is an important continued vision moving forward for this community. Not long ago, we all worked together for a sales tax increase, which paved the way for balanced budgets, necessities in the community, and community improvements looking forward. The reality is business begets business. More tax revenue as this business increases. So it's better for the community, it's better for the budget overall. But this is a long-term vision. It starts with a conducive environment, the city support, and setting the stage for, as Gina mentioned, a better customer experience. The city has a vision and a researched plan. We took back San Benito Street. It continues with the potential vision of possible bulb outs, different change in parking, and other enhancements which continue evolving this downtown and then the community as a whole. But it takes a long-term vision as we go out, and if you worked in a lot of different communities and you visited a lot of communities, they'll tell you the same thing over and over again. It takes a long-term vision, and it takes commitment. And that commitment comes from certainly dollars moving forward. The Downtown Association is very open to any potential adjustments, working with the fire, working with the police department as well to make sure that this is not a disruptive environment but an enhancing environment. So this commitment, which we seek to improve the vision and can be guided by the city from this point forward, and we really appreciate just the consideration overall. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Jack Barbieri, owner of the Hollister House and the property that it's on. So I have a little bit more at stake than some of the other business owners in the area who just lease the property. We as business owners aren't, trying to battle with HDA or anything like that. We would like to work more in conjunction with them. But I can tell you that a group of us got together and nobody has come to us to ask us if we want sound, downtown where our businesses are at and live. My point is that if a mistake is made by people who are not the business owners downtown, or a select few of them, we're the ones who pay for it, not the HDA. So you think about your decision before you just pass this through, because it's already partially done at our expense, none to the community. Thank you.
Peter Hernandez and Kevin Henderson.
Good evening, City Council. It's been a long one. Thank you for giving me the time to share a little bit. I definitely want to echo some of the thoughts of my fellow business owner, Jack Barbieri, the reality is we had no intention to battle with anybody. The focus was and always is what we even are about as businesses, and that's to get foot traffic downtown. You know, Gina and what she mentioned about the revitalization, and that's a vision, that's awesome. That's who we are. That's literally how we live and breathe every element of what we do with our business. So when it comes to serving, I mean, which is, you guys understand what that means. I mean, you guys need buy-in, right? With your decision-making, everything you guys do is all about buy-in. The better the input you guys get, the more responsive you are to the issues, and ultimately have better decision-making outcomes. So you guys know what that means. As business owners, that's what we do every day. So we understand. We connect with our customers. We know what they want, and when we don't give them what they want, we are the ones that, because we're the ones that vested, we see the impacts because of that. So, you know, we're not against the HDA and, you know, the whole focus of putting lights downtown. My fear definitely is if the HDA gets this funding, they own that. Does that mean that now all of a sudden our efforts, which is buy-in, right? Business owners coming together in downtown San Benito, willing to do something to make that downtown alive, does that all of a sudden change gears? Does that create a different outcome? All of a sudden you have a beautiful facade, but you have no businesses. Without the businesses, there is no economic, there is no, you know, benefit to the downtown. The business owners are the ones that actually produce that. And really one of the questions also I think you guys should consider is who produces the sales tax? Does the HDA produce a sales tax? And not speaking against them, but just speaking the facts, the reality. I believe they serve a purpose. I've shared this with Gina. I'm not saying that they're, but you know, at the end of the day, there's got to be that partnership, right? We're the boots on the ground. We're the ones that are working every single day in front of our customers, trying to understand how to get that traffic to get, you know, even right now, we're working on a small business Saturday. You know, we're trying to do something to get that downtown to become alive. So the lights is an awesome thing. I think when it comes down to the outcomes, we really need to focus on what it means to create buy-in from the whole community. And not once did I hear, and you know, again, no disrespect, we're willing to partner with the businesses. That wasn't mentioned. So I just want to just point that out because that's the reality that we're living. We're not saying, hey, do what you want because, you know, or we're trying to fight and take away from you what you've always done. They've mentioned the history of it. What we're saying is listen to us. We have a voice. We have an opinion. We actually see foot traffic every day or the lack of. So we have a lot of ideas. We'd like to believe that you value our ideas. And right now, that's not the consensus we're getting as business owners. So we want to lead the charge on actually trying to work together. We're willing to do that. We want to do that. But there's got to be a different dialogue and really the philosophy that says, how do we get buy-in and how do we work together to affect what we're all saying here? That's a successful downtown. That's what we're about as business owners. Thank you very much.
Tony LeBou and Marie Peterson.
Good evening, council members. I am Kevin Henderson. So my wife owns a business downtown. It's not open at night. She is also a member of HDA, last I heard. But I'm coming to you just as someone who lives downtown, someone who walks downtown. And I do support the concept of permanent lighting. And, you know, I think the businesses in downtown, they also support the concept of permanent lighting because they put up some lights. So I think they must support that. I'm here to say that the lights that are up now are not the right kind of lights for a permanent installation. Go to downtown Morgan Hill and look at what they have there. Okay, they're professionally installed. There's probably 5 times the amount of lights per tree. They start down low and go all the way up the branches. Just to be honest, there's just no comparison to what we have now. And obviously it takes money to do that. It's not, you know, mean, just going to the drugstore and putting some lights up, this is nothing compared to that. It's much better. And just as a person who walks downtown, and I'm telling you about the customer experience that I have, it needs to be lit up more. Downtown is super dark. And, you know, you look at downtown Gilroy, they have much brighter lamp posts there. So they have, there's more brightness there. By comparison, our streetlights are a little darker. So we really need something to really light up the downtown. I see this as a very good solution that's being proposed for the lighting by Hollister Downtown Association. I would like to see, you know, better dialogue between council members and HDA, and, you know, public comments made by certain members of the council regarding HDA. I think, you know, they've been here a long time. We need to have a good partnership. So our downtown needs revitalization. It needs investment. I don't see $35,000 for a one-time investment for lights that are going to be awesome as a big problem. I think it's well worth the money. So yeah, that's about all I wanted to say. But yes, please spend some time down in Morgan Hill. Not too much time, because, you know, we should spend money here, but just take a look. It's very nice. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Council and Vice Mayor Luna. I thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening. And as a downtown business owner and landowner and also HDA member, I encourage the lighting and actually sound system as well. 17 years ago, I was sitting where you all were, and I was criticized for investing in our downtown with the red brick pavers to bankruptcy for the city of Hollister. And as you could tell, our downtown Hollister has actually flourished over the past 17 years, in which we have very, very few vacancies. I know we have a couple of them, and I'm encouraged with the thought that we will fill those other vacancies. Now, with those vacancies filled and more downtown traffic with more lighting and more sound system and a more warming and inviting area, will generate the sales tax that possibly will backfill those costs that will incur to maintain this new facility or this new system that we're going to be providing for our downtown area. So whether we need to get a better situation or more involvement with some of the other businesses downtown and HDA, but I do encourage and hope you guys will support the idea of investing in our downtown, as we've done many, many years ago, and the payoff has proven itself to be worthwhile. So if it's not going to be this evening, but I do encourage you to support a sound system, because I've heard it at other towns, and Christmas music playing during Christmas time, and 4th of July music, patriotic music during the 4th of July season, and other seasons, and most of the nights. I'm sure if we could shut it off earlier, like 10 o'clock, I don't think it would affect too many people if we had music and joyful entertainment throughout our downtown area. I thank you for your time, and I encourage your support of this important downtown measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Hello, my name is Marie Peterson. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Thank you for your time. I do support anything that will bring businesses and, any kind of economic opportunities for some of these downtown businesses. I don't have a storefront myself. I do own several buildings with my brother in downtown Hollister, some on San Benito Street, some on Monterey Street, some on 5th Street. And I do see a lot of my tenants struggling with just staying afloat, because our downtown is small and we don't offer a lot of, good amenities and, different items that some of these other downtown offer. And a lot of them tell me that they're struggling. So anything that could help these downtown businesses survive and make a little bit of money, because they're always saying they're not making money, I would fully support. And I really would thank you for considering this. I mean, maybe you guys think it's a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money to the small business owner that's trying to provide for their family and trying to make a living in Hollister. Everything else seems to be rising. Home costs, gas prices, taxes, everything is going up, and we need to invest in downtown and just give them an opportunity to make a living here as well. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for considering both the lighting and also the sound system. I think both of them should go hand in hand as, a package. And, offering that as well to some of these businesses, is an incentive also for them, to want to do business in Hollister. They could take their business somewhere else where they will offer more opportunities for them to make a better living. So thank you very much for listening to me and to consider.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Ann Hall, and then Roland Resendez.
Hi, my name is Ann Hall, and I am a small business owner, although I'm not on Main Street. I'm on Monterey Street. And mostly I'm here just to commend the HDA for even doing the job they do, because that's a challenge. I sit on one of the subcommittees, and I would not have the patience to do that job. And the forward progress they make is always hard won. To get a consensus and then try and get it back through the city and all the processes involved in doing that it's just a long path sometimes. Now, this particular issue with the lighting and the sound is one I've been aware of for a while, because it is one that the subcommittee I'm on has been discussing, and I would encourage anyone who's interested in what the HDA is doing or what they can be doing for downtown. I think they'd be more than happy to have more people on the HDA subcommittees so they could have input to that. I personally think it's a great idea, but mostly I'm here to say that I am a member of the HDA, and I would like to give my support to their program.
Good evening again, Vice Mayor Luna, members of the City Council, Roland Resendez, a resident of Hollister and future City Councilman for District 2. $70,000. Just let that sit with you for a quick minute. I think that there has not been enough input from the business owners downtown, and I definitely think there has not been any input from the public. This situation is very reminiscent to me of the 400 block, when they had all of their board members come up here and speak for their cause, and you had probably just as much members of the community speak against it. To me, having your board members who are out there to lobby and forward your cause is not an accurate representation of the public or the business owners downtown. It just isn't. I think that there needs to be some more work done on that. What I'm hearing from both parties, though, which is a good thing, is that the executive director said she's open to working with the downtown business community. And I hear that they're also saying the same thing. Marty Richmond brought up an excellent point. He said, let the two parties meet. Let's push this back a few months so that we can, actually a couple of months, so we can actually address it properly and not just hand over $71,000 to the Hollister Downtown Association without doing our due diligence and making responsible decisions. Thank you so much for your time. Oh, one more thing. If you want to know what Gilroy's experience was with this situation, you should reach out to them, because it's my understanding that they are currently facing a lawsuit due to the noise pollution, and they've put a stop completely on putting speakers in downtown Gilroy at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Heather Hickerson.
Good evening. My name is Heather Hickerson. I've been a volunteer for the HDA for the past couple of years, and most recently on their promotion committee. I just wanted to get up here and say that I support the proposal for the lighting and music downtown. This has been part of the planning process with HDA for the last year or so. And it hasn't been pushed through at the last minute. It's just happening to come up at this time. So I hope that you will consider their proposal and support this also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gordon Machado.
Okay.
Good evening. Been involved in the Downtown Association for many years. It seems like over the years, even when you go down Main Street and either they recognize you as a downtown member or you get into the subject of the HDA, it always seems that they came, what would you like about your community? And I think it was referenced tonight that why aren't we like Morgan Hill? So they have the lighting year-round. They have the sound system. I have a little MG I take up there during their foreign car thing. They do the announcing, the music during the walking of the street, looking at the cars. The same thing as we have the car show here at the wards session of it. 4 blocks away, you can hear the wards. You start focusing to the center, and everybody can hear as it goes on. And they use that at different times of the season. It's just not that one occasion like we would hear. But my emphasis is the fact that as you walk the streets of Hollister and talk to different people, you always end up with this Morgan Hill. And in fact, to a certain degree, I resent it to a certain degree because it's almost insulting when they say, we're not them. Well, over the years, we've been trying to progress. And in the last couple of years, we talked about the lighting year-round, and we talked about the sound system. I know years ago, Radio Shack used to be downtown, and they used to have their speakers outside in the Christmas season, and they were limited their time, their hours they used it. But it was a whole different atmosphere when you're downtown, when you heard the Christmas music during the Christmas season, and also encouraged the sales during the Christmas for the presents, etc. But the whole point is that we've been putting up lights for 25 years or better on the trees. We talked about it. We had a proposal to the city even prior to a few merchants getting together and putting up lights. That kind of curtailed our annual putting lights ourselves up. It wasn't that we weren't cooperative with anybody. We were just shocked that lights went up and we had to curtail our lights. And actually, we had about 25 youth all ready to go that Tuesday night when they were already, all of a sudden, they were up before us. So I think the HDA has always been an open door and willing to talk to anybody at any time. We have 180 members, and a good majority of that are business owners. And we have property owners. I'm a property owner downtown, and obviously not the only one. So I think we're an organization that are focused, and we're focused for the cause, as been mentioned by both sides tonight. So I would encourage to keep on moving forward what was proposed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
I have no more speaker cards, Vice Mayor Slargaluna.
Oh.
However, that doesn't mean anything.
Omar.
did you want to speak to?
Good evening. My name is Omar Rosa, Hollister. I am part of the HDA, but I'm not a business owner in downtown. I joined the HDA. I've been a part of the HDA through my company, but I'm up here talking as a parent. As a father of 3 girls, it is not safe. It is not something that I can take my kids downtown in the evenings because it's so dark. The whole purpose of this enhancing the experience was for us to be able to walk downtown, be out as a family, be able to go to Peter's shop and get some shave ice, and then walk around and go to different places and just visit different places at night when we're home and we can do things. Right now, that's not something that we're able to do. So one of the main reasons why we talked about the enhancing of the experience was for this purpose, was to be more inviting, was for us to be able to go out more, was for us to be able to visit these shops downtown to support local businesses so that they can grow. And unfortunately, that's not something that's been provided or been able to do for people like myself. So that's the reason I'm here speaking. We were just talking a few moments ago. There is no administrative cost. There's a one-cost thing for the lights itself, and we're doing the maintenance on that. But again, I'm here mainly to talk about, as a parent of 3 girls, we are here I'm here to talk about the importance of these lights because it will enhance the experience for people like me who want to be able to go downtown late at night with my kids and be able to visit these shops. So that's my comment on that.
Thank you, Omar.
Elias Sanchez. Salinas, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. I just, listening to that and the Downtown Association, of the Hollister Downtown Association and other, businesses, I guess maybe there's a little bit of conflict, and it'd be great to have, and obviously there's an open door, there's an open forum, there's communication, that things can work themselves out. I don't know what the issues are, and I'm sure they know it among themselves why there's some kind of issue there, but just thinking about what they said, and I go to dinner in Morgan Hill, and it's really cool that they have trees in Morgan Hill. We don't have trees in downtown Hollister where those lights are affecting really great. But we do need the lighting, and we do need, to me, listening to everybody, and why I've come up here is going downtown and having the lights and listen to the music. There's something nostalgic about that. And the last speaker saying he can come out here and if there's lighting and there'll be music, that'll be something for he and his daughters in the future that they'll come back and they'll remember of what the walks they had with their parents downtown, either during the holidays or during the parades and stuff like that. And those speakers are needed. So I'm feeling more nostalgic now because it is the holidays and stuff like that you're able to look at it back and say, this is really good. People can come downtown. I come downtown, and there's only lights in certain places. You can't walk downtown, and unfortunately, businesses close really early in downtown as compared to what other cities do. But I think that having the lighting out there and having the music going on till a certain time, will be more inviting to bring people downtown to spend money downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Elia. Any other speakers? Yeah, right.
Sherry Schmidt. I'm on the Hollister Downtown Association board. I think just a couple of small comments I wanted to make about the speakers is not only for the entertainment, but I think for safety purposes, they're quite good. We do have a lot of gatherings downtown. If there's a lost child, if there's, police business going on, is there an earthquake or any kind of disaster or thing that you need to get out to your community downtown, there's another opportunity. The speakers are able to be turned on and off individually so they could be focused on a particular area during parades, announcements, or maybe if you're watching the parade down at 7-Eleven, that you could hear what was going on, during the whole parade. Finally, we currently have 2 positions open on our board of directors that we would love to have more participation from our downtown merchants and property owners. We have 4, if not more, committees on design downtown, on our organization, on the different events. We have so many wonderful volunteers and people that are participating. We're not doing this in a vacuum. This is not being decided by a board. It is being decided by our community. We have a large 180 members to our community. They are knowing what's going on. They have contributed to this. We have not dreamed this stuff up. This is coming from our downtown merchants. It's just awkward that things are not a little bit smoother. So I invite everyone that's part of this that, has an opinion to please join us. I mean, we welcome you definitely. And we hope, with the sign ordinances and the farmers market meetings that we've been having, that we can all kind of come together and settle out some of the bumps in the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Christine? Any other?
I don't know. Any other speakers?
All right. Bring it back to Mike. Any questions from City Council?
I have a couple comments, and they're going to kind of go all over the place, so stick with me. I'm a little disappointed, and not necessarily by what's on here, but just what I'm getting from everybody here. You guys all want the same thing, so I don't understand why the issues are happening between all of you. So you're all grown-ups as far as I can tell, so figure that part out on your own. And as far as this goes, I'm a little uncomfortable with the way the cost was figured out. When we try to figure out what we're going to pay for something, it's a very specific process we go through, and we make sure we get as many bids as possible. This was a little limited, and it's nothing against HDA because you only have so much resources to put into that. But for me to vote for it, I'd like to see some more options in there. I think there's some additional conversations that need to be had regarding the sound system part of it. That obviously wasn't as unanimous as the lighting side of it. The way I see it, it's going to take some time to find out what's the lowest cost that we can get for a good system for the lighting. I'm probably going to be gone by then, so hopefully everybody who's here will be able to do a good job with that. I'm sure you will. But we might be off by 10, 15 grand, and maybe we're off by $3,000 or $4,000 for the next 100 years. So I think that can be sorted out in due time. Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Galileo.
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead teddy bear here. I don't want to say the other word, but there's obviously some conflict going on here in the groups, and we need to keep in mind that we all want the best for the downtown association, the downtown association, the business owners. You know why? Because that group, you two together, you guys all benefit the downtown. And I don't want to sit here and lecture anybody. That's not what I need to do. Now, talking about this item, I had the opportunity to reach out and talk to a few business owners, and I got to tell you that unanimously, everybody I talked to, and I didn't talk to as much as I would have liked to, they all were concerned about the sound. The sound specifically was what music's going to be played, how loud is it. I play music in these are all a combination of comments. I play music in my store. What if it doesn't line up with the vibe that I'm trying to get in my store, whether it be, classical music and they're playing, 50s rock and roll outside, and we have the same thing that Mr. Richmond said, they're old buildings, sound travels through these. With that being said, everybody I spoke to did not have an issue or a problem with the lights. And I want to digress just a little bit into getting back off the issue. I guess I'll take Carson's quote. Would you say I'm going to be all over the place and stick with me? I also spoke with the HGA today, and I said, is this something that, you guys are, making money off of? It sounds like there's been a perception that the HGA is going to make money and get this quote-unquote $70,000 and, have $70,000 to do with what they want. And that's not the case. The case is that the city is going to fund this exactly for the cost. And if there is an overage of money funded, the money would be refunded back to the city. The HCA is not profiting from this. As a matter of fact, as you can see, I don't know how people get paid, but I know at least there's one member of the HCA here that gets paid. I don't know if they're getting paid overtime. I don't know if they're here on a volunteer basis, but it may be costing the HCA staff time and money to try to help the downtown. So I would like to see you guys get together and come up with a solution that deals with the sound specifically. And if you look in paragraph 2 under downtown music, It talks about HGA would ensure selected music would be seasonal and appropriate. One of the things that I heard over and over is I would be okay with maybe for special events, for parades and that sort of thing, but not all the time. I don't want music outside of my store all the time. I would like to set the mood inside my store, but I'm okay with the lights. So that's where I'm at tonight. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, Carol.
I'll weigh in here. I'm definitely in favor of the lights because they're professionally installed, and then they come with a maintenance component that doesn't fall on the city of Hollister or the downtown business owners. I like that part of it. I think the music park might need a little more discussion. But I got to tell you, I'm very concerned that the whole 800 block, and I wasn't going to bring it up because this is not the agenda item, but Madam Vice Mayor, we're going to have a bunch of people sitting out in front of my house on that whole block, and there's no lights in the trees. Nothing's going to go on. So when you take something over, it needs to be done right. 300 block should have been done. The 800 block should have been done. I put those lights on 13 trees on the east side of that. We had already volunteered. After I told my kids no more, I said, sorry, there's more. So we were going to put the lights on those trees, but the lights weren't provided to us by the downtown group that took it over. Maybe if you would have provided the lights like HDA does, we could have completed it and had those lights for those folks on the 800 block, because it's the parade route. So what are you going to tell those folks when no lights go on? I suggest we get it done. But again, I'm for the permanent lighting because it's professionally done. And maybe we want to save a few bucks. Don't do the speaker system, but more discussion needs to be taken on that issue. But I think the lighting is beautiful, will be beautiful, and it's definitely too dark downtown. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Mike, currently there's lights on all the trees downtown.
There are 90-day lights in the trees downtown.
90 days.
Yeah,
That's the lifespan.
If you read the label on the lights, they're only good for 90 days, and then you're supposed to throw them away.
Okay.
So we have 90 days to resolve this.
So, and you know what? Right now, I'm thinking of my neighbor's house 2 doors down. They went up in fire this past week, burned the whole house down, I can say in an hour and 15 minutes. I'm very concerned about those trees. Those trees belong to the city. They don't belong to anybody. They belong to the city. And so what kind of lighting is on them? Is there any possibility that a tree could catch on fire and the fire could catch a building? My concern, whose liability will that be? That should be a concern. And I want to make sure that it's on the record that if somebody put them up, you realize that, you did it on your own because, and I respect the business owners that wanted to light up Hollister, but, I really believe that we've got to do this professionally, and there should be better communication among everyone to discuss and how we're going to go along with it. It's not just because I think of this idea and I'm getting a few friends to help me and I'm going to do this. Those trees belong to the city. Mm-hmm. Keep that in mind. And no matter how they were decorated in the past, and nobody brought anything up about the fact that, did anybody have permission to do so or not, they still belong to the city. The city has a lot. It's our responsibility to say yes or no. In regards to the lights, Carol, I remember very clearly you brought it up at the last meeting, and you mentioned that to the mayor, and the mayor told you, I'm taking care of it.
He didn't exactly answer.
And so I'm just wondering what happened there. But the matter of the fact is that if those trees are going to be lit for 90 days, what happens after that, Mike? Tell us what happens. Do those lights come down by the same people that put them up? Or I don't feel that the city has to have any employee out there taking lights off a tree and for the city to be paying for that. That is not right.
Well, speaking as your risk manager, after 90 days, then if they're still up there, yeah, we will probably have to remove them to eliminate risk to the city.
And the city will have to pay the employees to do that.
That's correct.
Well, I don't know how other people feel about that, but I don't think it should be the responsibility of the city that actually somebody went up there and put up all the lights in our trees. So that would be my commentary. And if there's any other comments made by the city council, is there any other comments? Or is there a motion?
Well, can we amend it to just do the lighting tonight?
How about I
Or
take
would you
it
like
back,
to bring it back?
rewrite
Bring
it,
it back.
Or would you
And-
folks be
and
amenable
we'll
to bringing
split
it
it
back?
into two items, lights and sound. That way they can stand on their own.
May I request you withdraw it at this time?
Can you bring back the cost it would have for the city to take employees out of their work areas to remove those lights?
I can get you that number.
I would like to see that.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm
So-
sorry, Madam Clerk, what did you need from us?
I just wanted it to be withdrawn rather than tabled.
We should go ahead. Is that the consensus? Do you need a motion?
Consensus to withdraw, or do you need a motion?
Legal opinion? Motion?
I make a motion that we bring it back for further study and separate the two items.
I'll second that motion.
All right. It's been moved in second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, going on to
I'm sorry, Madam
Yes.
Vice Mayor. I believe the motion was carried unanimously. Is that correct?
carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. And we'll move on to resolution or item number 4.
I believe it will be item number 3.
Is it 3?
Yes,
Okay.
3.
Oh, yeah, we did spend a lot of time in 2. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. If I may just make a correction, item F3 and F4 would actually be combined. I don't know if that's something where they could make a decision on those two items at the same time. It's
Can
essentially-
somebody please close the doors in the back?
So,
Thank you.
Yeah, Christian, and let me just, so the council understands is our new system doesn't allow us to necessarily have the same resolution under, there, in the past, we were able to have one particular item and we may have several resolutions. Our new system doesn't necessarily allow us to do that. So every resolution has sort of its own, how we call it,
Description.
description and
Cover
department
sheet.
summary, et cetera.
Okay.
So items number 3 and 4 are absolutely related. It's basically the same thing, but they're doing two different action items. So he'll probably give you a combination report, and then we would ask that you adopt both of those resolutions separately. Is that right?
Yes, thank you.
You could have done that, huh?
Sure. The item before you is requesting approval of the inclusion of properties within the city limits in the Golden State Financial Authority, also known as GSFA, Community Facilities District 2014-1 for clean energy to finance renewable energy improvements, energy financial and water conservation improvements, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and other improvements. And the second resolution would also approve the associate membership of the city in the joint exercise of powers of authority. The staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution approving the inclusion of properties within the city limits in the Golden State Financial Authority GSFA, Community Facilities District 2014-1 for clean energy. The Golden State Financial Authority GSFA is a joint exercise of powers established pursuant to Chapter 5 of Division 7, Title 1 of the Government Code of the State of California. GSFA establishes two property assessed clean energy PACE programs that allows residential, commercial, industrial, and agricultural properties to address high upfront cost for this clean energy infrastructure. We have somebody who represents White Green, which is the administrator for that type of project of the California PACE financial program, in case there's any questions.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Robert Bendorf. I work for Y Green Energy Fund. You have a great staff report in front of you that kind of outlines exactly what it is. I guess more basically, essentially what PACE is, or Property Assessed Clean Energy, is a legislated financing program, essentially, because what the state saw was that upfront costs of high efficiency projects such as solar or high efficiency AC units can sometimes be costly, and the normal forms of financing where the max term is usually 10 years with a high interest rate. Usually a contractor is selling a credit card or something like that to help the homeowner finance it. What this does is it basically allows the city to have the option to allow the financing to homeowners that choose to make these upgrades and then finance them through Golden State Finance Authority's PACE program, which is Y Green, is what we facilitate. We're essentially the part that just offers like the call center, the contractor compliance to make sure homeowners are fully aware of what they're getting themselves into. And then we have an agreement with the county where a homeowner actually doesn't cut a check to us to pay for the improvement. They actually see it as a line item on their property tax bill. So when a homeowner voluntarily chooses to do it, essentially it shows up there, and then they pay it over time, obviously with the ability to prepay and pay it off at a time just like a typical loan would be, but they see the bill amortized on their property tax schedule instead, and then when they pay their taxes, the county pays it over to us or pays it over to the Joint Power Authority, and that's how it all works. So here to answer any questions. I know it can sometimes be a little bit confusing, but yeah, that's it.
I have some questions.
Questions? Yes.
Yeah, so the first one will be a statement, and I'd like to see if you agree or disagree with this. Are these PACE or Property Assessed Clean Energy loans that attach onto property tax statements and tax rolls for up to 20 years appropriate for individuals that are eligible for lower cost energy programs from PG&E or other utilities?
I guess explain what you mean by like appropriate. I mean, obviously a homeowner always has the option for, like, you're talking about like in a case of like a
because
a grant,
for example,
or
if you're available for a lower cost program, you can go apply for that from PG&E for free.
Yeah.
Or you can have somebody come to your door and attach. I'm worried about the confusion for folks that maybe be eligible for a free program versus somebody that's going to come in and get a PACE loan. I'm talking specifically about residential, not commercial.
Gotcha.
What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it is tough, right? Because at the end of the day, we're just a financing opportunity for people. So we would hope that someone is going to look at all options, especially like rebates. I know that in our call center, we ask people to make sure that if they have a rebate through their local utility, that they look into that. Those types of things. So I would hope that someone is taking advantage of whatever options are available. I mean, this is really no different than basically allowing another bank to come in and offer long-term financing for homeowners looking to do these projects.
Well, I guess that kind of leads into my next question. Thank you. One of the differences is that you have to qualify for a loan from a bank. Mm-hmm. What's your underwriting process for a PACE loan to attach to the property value of the house? It's a lot less stringent, is that correct?
Not necessarily. I mean, there is ability to pay. So we basically take in a homeowner's income with their household expenses, look at it that way. What makes PACE unique is that a person's credit score doesn't affect the rate. So someone that say has an 800 credit score versus someone that has a 650 credit score, they're not going to get a better rate or a worse rate simply based on their credit score. But we do run their credit, obviously, make sure they're not running from the IRS, have any involuntary liens of a certain excess on the property, that they have available equity in the home to cover it. We can't exceed 97% of the home's value. And you do have to have 10% equity in general just to qualify. And then
you said 97%. That's 3%, right? You just mean 90% or 97%?
97. So we can't exceed 97% of the property's value with total debt on the property plus the assessment.
And for folks that may not be as financially savvy as a corporation or a business, is there Truth in Lending Act requirements and other requirements on PACE loans?
So we do something different. We don't have to follow under Truth in Lending Act. We do similar things like what's unique about PACE is we actually do a welcome phone call. So every homeowner that wants to qualify or see if they can have access to the funds actually has to do a welcome phone call where we sit down, explain this is a tax that is going to show up on their property, basically the property of their home, and explain all those details, make sure the homeowner is fully aware what they're getting themselves into. So it's unlike basically your traditional bank loan, but with the ability to pay, that falls in line with the Truth in Lending Act.
Yeah, so some of the things are, 3-day right to cancel, all these different things, if you have, the TILA in place.
Yeah, and if I can, council member, what's nice about the 3-day right to cancel, we actually legislated it last year. We made a tweak to the program where a home improvement contract that has a 3-day right to cancel. But what happens is when PACE is actually involved and they call us and say, hey, I don't want to do this, we can actually enforce that on the home improvement contract and cancel it with the contractor. So, because we have, at the end of the day, have the relationship with the contractor, we see it as a huge benefit because I've been in this industry for almost 4 years now, and it's very common for, on that third day, for the contractor to not call you back, and then try to sneak past that third day right to cancel. So it is nice that they can always call the PACE provider, in my case, Y-Green, and we can then cancel that home improvement contract as well.
Thank you. And one last question. You've been in the industry for 4 years. You related. How many times have you had an issue with a consumer that perhaps didn't understand what they're getting into, couldn't afford the property tax payments when they came up at the end of the year? Sometimes it'll take 1 or 2 years for these to attach to the property tax roll, right? They don't attach immediately, so people kind of forget. I didn't understand the paperwork. Have you had that happen? That's one question. Is it frequent? And then what is my final question? I promise is what's the general standard interest rate for these type of loans?
Interest rates first, 3 to 8%. That's as high as we go. Even if you go all the way to 25 years for a big solar project.
So you guys are under the federal interest rate right now? You go as low as 3% right now? Mm-hmm. And what's that based on?
It's simply based on the market value. We don't have to follow prime or anything like that. So it's based on...
Is it based on ability to repay, or what's it based on?
No, it's simply based on the life of the assessment. So 5 years is the lowest percentage, and then it goes up, again, not basically varying on credit score.
Okay, thank you for your time.
But your first question, I do want to answer. I don't want to try to pull your leg or anything. I mean, people do get confused. It happens almost every time. Every year, when tax bills get sent out right around this time, there are homeowners that say, hey, what was this? And then we have to remind them, this was the solar project that you did. This is when you got a new roof. This is when you insulated your home. And then usually it jogs the memory real fast, and we're good to go. But I can tell you a lot of the improvements that have been made in the legislature over the past couple of years has really helped with disclosing that, like that welcome phone call, making sure that the homeowners understand, again, over and over again, this is going to be on your property tax bill. I know Y-Green specifically, we actually have 3 communications when a homeowner's property tax bill is coming. One in August, that's a letter. One in September, that's an email. And then another one in October, that's a postcard that's sent to the homeowners reminding them, hey, you have this coming. Be prepared for it. Don't, be confused when you see an extra $1,000 on your tax bill.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Cloud.
Excuse me. So let's say I want to put in some turf in my yard. How many participating contractors do you have in our area?
I'm not specific. We actually are not operational in the whole county of San Benito.
Okay, so
it's
Santa Clara County.
Yeah. Santa Clara County doesn't really like turf, so it's kind of tough. Turf is a bad example only because
air
turf
conditioning
usually isn't that expensive. Oh, air conditioning. I mean, it's dozens of contractors. I mean, it's hundreds throughout the whole state. I mean, when you're looking at available, I know it's not really close, but close would be communities in Fresno County, right? There are endless amount of AC contractors that are in Fresno County that travel all over the place. I know my mom that did a project up in Yuba City where I grew up, her contractor came from Fresno. You see local offices all over the place. But as far as local businesses here, we're not anywhere in the county just yet, so I couldn't tell you. I know I had a lot of people get really excited when they saw that we were finally on agenda somewhere in San Benito. But
so you mentioned that I don't have the words correct here, sorry, but the 97%, can you explain how you find out whether or not you're at 97 or at 105 or 90? Is there an appraisal involved in any of this?
So what we do is we do fair market value based on, usually I think it's 3 different services. So I can't remember the exact names of them, and I don't want to just basically say like Zillow or Realtor.com, but they're usually like, it's a municipal one. I think it's not Core.
CoreFact?
I forget, but there is one that municipalities use to assess value, and that along with two others is basically what we're obligated to pull. And we take the mean of those, and then we basically say, okay, this is what your assumed value is. Say it's 300, and then we look at, after pulling your credit, we realize, okay, you still owe $200,000 on your mortgage. You would not be able to, well, technically you wouldn't be able to exceed 15% of your property's value, but the $200,000 mortgage plus the PACE assessment cannot exceed 97% or 291,000.
Okay.
97%.
So I'm a real estate agent, as is my normal job during the day, and I've heard bad stories where people get involved in these things, and I've seen it myself where somebody feels like they're doing something good for the environment and then end up doing something bad for their finances, and that they want to sell their house but they can't because the amount on their property taxes, no one wants to take it on, and they'd have to discount their house to a much larger extent than what the actual amount is just to get somebody to agree to it. I do believe that your company and the system as a whole is making good strides. I'm not ready for this, and if it was just commercial, I think that would be probably okay. I mean, the people, they should be a little bit more savvy than the average person who barely understands what's on their property tax bill, and I don't feel comfortable putting my constituents in the situation where you seem like a great guy, but not every contractor who works for you guys is looking out for the consumer.
Would agree.
Yeah, so that's what makes me nervous, and usually it's the people who are the easiest to prey on, that do get preyed on, the elderly, the people who speak English as a second language. And a decision like this may not mean anything in the first couple months, but people will be living with this if they make a bad decision based off of a bad decision that I made. So I can't help you out on this.
Gotcha. Well, if I can address some of the concerns, because I think they're valid, right? I've definitely, again, being in the industry for years, I've seen the homeowners they try to sell based on what the contractor said. A lot of the improvements, I mean, those are usually issues that you see from 4 or 5 years ago, where a lot of the protections weren't in place. What is nice now, so on that confirmation of terms phone call, we make sure the homeowners understand that there is a good chance that they're not going to be able to sell their home and transfer the assessment to the next homeowner. It's also on the first page of disclosures to a homeowner. They actually have to initial next to a blurb that talks about how basically new buyers don't want to assume it. Just like a new buyer would most likely not want to assume when you have a second mortgage on the home, right? But what I've seen, and my wife is actually a loan officer for a mortgage company, and they're very familiar with it. They understand that it can be paid off with through the proceeds of the home. I mean, you're really talking about small dollar items that are, in the grand scheme of the mortgage, essentially. And usually, I like to think anyways, power to the people, that if they own a home, because they have to own a home first in order to qualify this, if they've gone through the process of getting a mortgage, I would hope they can understand when we have our disclosures on the first page, the phone call that we go over with the homeowner, and we really go over that. We do that phone call so the contractor can't lie to them. Trust me, we catch contractors all the time. Like it does happen. But through all of those checks and balances, I would hope that a homeowner can make an informed decision, just as if they were walking into a bank and trying to get a home equity loan or a line of credit, and going and buying a boat or something ridiculous.
So, not to go back and forth with you too
much,
yeah. But second loan is going to be paid off when the sale actually happens, whereas this is going to be on there unless you come up with some sort of arrangement. And the other thing is, I would hope that the homeowner would read it, but they don't. I sit in loan doc signings probably every couple of weeks, and nobody sits there and reads them. They don't read them until they can't fall asleep 6 weeks later. And my hope is that after the last market crash and everything that changed at the federal level, is that they don't get surprised later on when they look at their loan terms. But people don't read it. I know they don't. I've watched them. So I personally am not going to put people in a situation when if they don't read, when they actually have really, really strong protections now. And from what you've said, it's getting better, but it's not the same. So I can't support it.
No, I get it. I mean, we had, just so you know, for our numbers this year alone, we had 6,000 transactions where the homeowner just paid it off, and it went through the sale just fine. Not transferred to the next homeowner, but obviously they're able to pay it off just like a second. That's my understanding from ignorant knowledge of the mortgage industry, really. But
Okay. Any comment?
I want to thank Jim and Carson for their business acumen. I appreciate all the questions you ask. And I agree with you. I think we need to protect the homeowner from an onslaught of phone calls and jacking up their tax bill, and they don't realize it. But again, I think commercial and industrial might be good candidates because they have the employees, I'm sure, that research all of the ins and outs. They have lawyers, they have legal teams to sort through all those things. So I do agree with Jim and Carson on this issue.
I know you mentioned a 3.8% interest rate.
3 to 8. Yeah.
Okay. Is that a set rate, or does it vary?
No, it's totally set. So it's
set.
set. It's when the homeowner picks the term.
Okay.
It's fixed.
All right. Okay, so bringing it to the council level, what is, do we have any speakers on that?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Tony LeBou.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Luna and council members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon, this evening. I want to thank Councilman Clower for his diligence in researching this issue and how important it is. And again, Councilmember Gillio, again, for the key word using truth in lending. No offense, but this item will devastate some people's ability to sell their home. If you look at the numbers, they're going to allow someone to lend up to 97% of the value of their home. That only allows for a 3% correction in the market. So let's say you have a home at $500,000 that you took this second or this PACE loan out, and so that only leaves you a $15,000 correction in the market. Well, right now there's price reductions that are happening to the tune of $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. So if you've already borrowed to the tune of 97% of the value of your home due to a PACE loan, you now can no longer sell your home. So this puts people as sometimes senior citizens and people who didn't read the fine print, didn't put themselves in a good position, and now they're stuck. They can't sell their home. They're trying to move to a different location, job transfers, things of that nature. You know, life changes. And by allowing this kind of situation to be put in place for homeowners is not only going to, like I say, destroy their ability or their entire investment that they put into their home, their lifetime savings, but put them in a bad spot as well. So I encourage you not to support this kind of financing for residential homes in any way, shape, or form. I thank you for your time and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Marty?
Marty Richmond Hollister. I want to get to the heart of the matter. Ooh, I need a reset. Thank you. And I hope the public does not get insulted, but this is an important public message, so I hope they're watching. I don't care how much education you have. 99% of you who are out there, the public, are not qualified to determine what is a good energy saving buy on your home, whether it's better off to put in double pane windows, or whether it's better off to put in a new air conditioner, or whether it's better off to redo your attic, or any of these. So the first thing you can do yourself, and you don't need a loan to do it, is put in LED lighting. I guarantee you that is a good energy saving thing. If this program, and I'm not picking on the gentleman who's here, if programs like this had a consumer, a third-party, neutral, qualified consumer advocate who could tell people, yes, put in double pane windows, that is a good investment for this home. Or yes, don't do that, put in a new air conditioner, that is a good investment. So the problem with this program, and I'm not picking on anybody, starts before we get into the loan business. The problem with this program starts that people buy energy-saving things they don't need, and we know who sells it to them. The same contractors who don't call on day number 3. We already know they don't call on day number 3. So they come in and say, what you really need is double pane windows because that's what I sell. And the next guy comes in and says, what you really need is new attic insulation because that's what I sell. So even when the loan is okay, the problem is they never get their money's worth. The fact that they can take what they believe is going to be an easy way to pay for it, and no one is there to look them in the eye and say, I'm sorry, you made a bad decision. We're not going to fund it because you should not be buying double pane windows. That's not the job of PACE. So they don't do that, and neither does anybody else. So that's the problem, and that's why I don't support these programs. Not because I think under the right conditions, with a good investment, and I wouldn't go to 95%. I would go a lot lower, 97%, go a lot lower than that. It's a good deal. However, when you take the program as a whole, it does not work. That is, including the fact that people don't realize what a burden it puts on their home if they want to sell it or transfer it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marty.
I have no more speakers.
No
Madam Mayor.
other. Okay. All right.
Sorry,
Elio.
I owe you two. Thank you for letting me speak real quick. So what this reminds me of, and he mentioned earlier, not to pick on you, it's kind of like going to a bank. Well, we know the banks targeted, when we're talking about Wells Fargo and Bank of America, and that this is why I stood up and I'm speaking, is because it's exactly what it reminded me of, is that they targeted specific people that they went after. And can you imagine what would happen if we have, and we will eventually going to have another real estate crash? These people would be devastated, and they would have no recourse, and no one else is going to come and help them out. Thank you.
Thank you. No other?
May I ask a staff question, Madam
Sure.
Vice Mayor?
Jim
Can
Gilliam.
we split this to residential, commercial? Is that a legal thing to do, or does it have to be both for the entire city and county, or how does that all work?
I do not have an answer for that question. It was presented to city staff as a whole, so that option, I'm not sure if it's possible.
I have I don't know if it's a consensus or a motion option, but I guess, how about if I make a motion, we'll see what happens with it.
All right.
I make a motion that on this item, and then we can address the following item, F4, 2018-305, after this. This is for 2018-304. That we direct staff to work to see if they can bifurcate and separate residential from commercial and bring it back to a future council to determine if they want to just go ahead with commercial versus both.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries.
Thank you, staff, and thank you, sir, for coming. I appreciate your time.
So do we go on to number 4, or is basically,
The motion on that one?
he motioned 3
We
and
do
4.
need a motion.
Madam Mayor,
Your motion was 3 and 4, wasn't it?
yeah, do we need to open up public comment, or should I just make a motion
For what?
We'll
for
need
the
to-
next one?
It's the same.
Just
number
a
4.
motion.
We'll need to open for public comment.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
we're
right.
going
I'm
on to
sorry,
number 4.
I have one speaker card for F4 too.
Any speakers on 4?
Well, what happened to 3?
Tony, did you want to speak on
motioned
F4?
3 and 4.
I have a speaker card for you for F4.
Oh, my bad. Oh, okay.
No?
Tony's good.
We're on
Okay.
F4.
Any other comment?
Probably we're done.
Then we've taken care of both, or do we need a motion for
I'll make a
four?
motion, Madam
Need
Mayor.
another motion?
Madam Vice Mayor, I'll make a motion for F4 2018-305, and I would like to state it identically to the first motion, but I won't get it correct. So I recommend that we bifurcate and split residential, and that we direct staff to explore the possibility of bifurcating and splitting residential and commercial, and come back to a future council to make that determination.
Okay, it's been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. All right.
Now we're on G.
On to G, reports to City Council, officers, boards, and committees. Reports from City Council. Carol Lenore,
What?
do you have a report?
We're G1.
G1.
Oh, G1. Thank you, Carson. Jeez, when am I going to get this straight? What the heck? I'm a rookie.
Committee report.
Committee.
You have any meetings?
No. No, but I am going to go to the Monterey Bay Energy, the new one formerly, because Ray Friend was on that, so I'm going December 5th.
Okay.
Because I think it's important to, we're going to vote on a couple of more entities coming into the program.
Good.
And I'll go and represent the city.
Okay.
And that's all.
Okay. Councilmember Clower.
I did not have any meetings.
All right. Councilmember Gillia.
Since it's 10 o'clock, I did have a few meetings, but I'll go over one that I think was more important, was COG, Council of Governments. We talked about the Highway 156 widening project that is still on target now that the gas tax was not repealed to begin construction in 2020. And that's a good thing. It's still on track. The issue right now is a very important issue that actually needs time to be dealt with, which is eminent domain, which is taking of people's property against their will, essentially, by the state. So they're working on doing that carefully and legally with all the property owners out there. There are many property owners, and there's only a few that they haven't been able to reach deals with. And if that happens sooner, then the project could actually happen sooner. But they're still on target for 2020, which is good. And then for folks that rely on our public transportation in town, I sat on a committee, an all-day committee a while back to go over RFPs for our new county express provider, the people that actually maintain, drive the buses, and schedule the service, et cetera, as well as specialized transportation for folks that are homebound and need special rides. And those contracts were awarded to MV Transportation and Jóvenes del Antonio, and they will be continuing a new contract term. And I got to say that the process was rewarding. I was very impressed with the COG staff and the amount of time and detail that went into the RFPs. There was only 3 total companies that proposed for one or the other or both, and it was very thorough and very professional, and I think we selected a couple good providers for going into our future. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, for your time.
Thank you. I attended the AMBAG meeting Wednesday, November 14th at the Seaside Community Center, and it was a very nice meeting where there's about 20 of us that come together, 21, and there's about maybe 8, 9 of us that will not be returning to AMBAG, so I personally received a very nice certificate from them, and it was a very, very nice dinner event, and I'm hoping the next person that goes there really gets a lot out of it, because after all, AMBAG works very closely with Mary Paxton, and especially those grants, transportation grants, road grants. It is extremely important. And just so you know, Mary, there was just a lot of the members that have been there a very, very long time, including Simon Salinas. They're all coming off. So you'll have some new members to work with. So thank you. Going on to council information reports. Do you have any report, Councilmember Lenore?
I do not.
All right. Carson?
Yeah, just 2 little things. Obviously, this is Thanksgiving, and there's going to be some fun festivities, and I'm sure a lot of us will be having a couple beverages. So just drive safe the next few days over the weekend and everything. Call somebody if you need a ride. And then I'd like to just kind of thank a couple people since it is Thanksgiving. Thank all you guys for coming out and the people who are watching from home. I think there's actually more people who watch from home than I originally thought 4 years ago, because sometimes people ask me stuff out of the blue, and I'm like, oh, I've never seen you at the meeting, but you're paying attention, so that's good. I want to thank staff for all their hard work, my fellow council members, the mayor as well, and my family and friends, specifically my kids, Lucy, Kaya, and Casey, and my wife, Vanessa. Hopefully I know she's not watching, but hopefully she'll be awake when I get home.
Mickey, I have one thing. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I forgot I wanted to bring this up. Folks, and all you listening at home, I hopefully can reach some of you. The downtown San Benito Street, and when you're rushing to get to your left turn lane, you're going to mow over passengers in the mid-block crossing. I personally saw this. I stopped for the lady at the mid-block crossing, and here comes the person on the left on the wrong side of the road of a double yellow line, and this close to the baby stroller. I had to honk my horn to have her stop, because here comes the guy on the wrong side of the street. I don't think you understand the danger of that, and I want it to stop. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gilliam?
It's dangerous.
Turn on my microphone here. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. So a few events that I attended that weren't committee meetings was the downtown Veterans Day Parade, the LULAC Veterans Breakfast, and I wanted to thank both of those organizations for honoring our veterans and really not letting us forget what they've done for us in the past and what they are doing for us currently in the theaters around the world now, today, and at home. Super important that we don't forget them, please. Secondly, I went to the Pinnacle Gateways Partnership meeting, and I was there to support Mary, and I wasn't able to stay for the whole retreat, but it was a productive retreat with well attended by many of the cities that surround the Pinnacles. And the thought of that is to support the Pinnacles, number one, but also to support the communities that surround the Pinnacles, to be able to capture those sales tax dollars and see what other communities are doing, to see what works, see what doesn't work, so we can keep working on that. So I think that's a really critical committee that I would like to see. I hope the new council finds a representative to go support Mary there. It's always good to have elected people. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Mary, but it's very seldom that there's an elected person there, so I think it's important to have somebody from our jurisdiction there. I will support it from the county side when I'm able to. Real quick, downtown lighting, this is for the city manager, and this isn't a new thing, and it has nothing to do with the lights in the trees. I want to say that right now. No speakers, no nothing. I figured this was a more appropriate time, so, and this is going to be one of those weird things that I do here, maybe because I'm tired. I went to go buy this Diet Coke tonight, right? I got here a little early because we didn't have closed session. I walked down Main Street, and I'm headed to find a Diet Coke. I ended up at Jesse's gas station. And this is where the story gets not funny. So there was a small child that was probably about waist high, I don't know how old that makes him, ran out into the crosswalk. There was a car coming. There was, the child was wearing a karate gi that was not black. It was maybe it was a little darker, maybe it was gray, but ran out in the street. And I got to tell you that those crosswalks are difficult to see people in. And I've noticed it as well. Secondly, I was halfway crossing the street tonight, and a gentleman was in front of me, and he had to stop at the separator line between the two lanes because the car just kept driving right through. And I don't know that it's ignorance of traffic laws and people just don't care to stop anymore because we're not able to force the laws, or if it's a lighting problem. But I'd really like us to just look at the lighting around those crosswalks and just take a look at it. And if it meets code and standard, that's great. Maybe we can do reflective crosswalks. I'm just throwing out some ideas to take a look at because I think it's an issue. This isn't the first time I noticed it, but it definitely brought it home. I mean, we were this close to having a kid get ran over tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I attended the Community Foundation Philanthropy Dinner in San Juan Oaks as representative of the city for the proclamation. Very, very well attended. Also, as Councilmember Gilio said, the Veterans Breakfast on November 11th at the Hollister Community Center was well attended, and there was three actually, veterans honored. Unfortunately, the one that was going to be honored had just passed away the night before, so it was sad. For the family was there, and I attended and I know several of you know Triato Campesino is a big hit in San Benito County, but being in Los Angeles with Luis Valdez at the Mark Taper Theater, we really don't know what we have in San Benito County. When people were lined up to visit Luis Valdez and Lupe and the Triato, and Danny Valdez was my neighbor around the corner, I'm thinking we're very lucky to have El Teatro Campesino well known throughout the world. I know as I was sitting there, Luis Valdez was waving at me, and so of course we got to go over there backstage with him, which was really something else. You were among movie stars and all that, but you know what, Luis, as far as I'm concerned, he was our star, and I'm just so glad he's from San Benito County. On another note, I really want to thank the Hollister Fire Department and the American Red Cross. The family Silva, 2 doors down from me, lost their home, and it was very, very sad. Only the 2 elders were in the home when the fire broke. They didn't know they had a fire. All the neighborhood could see the flames, but they were inside, and good thing that they were safe. They came out safe. The American Red Cross took over our home as their headquarters, and we didn't mind. There was people in and out of our home until maybe 10:30 at night, but that was okay. You know, that's what neighborhoods are for. You help each other. So I just want to thank the American Red Cross, and I want to encourage people to participate in their disaster committee, because they only had 2 people that night. You know, and anything else could have happened in the city. Only 2 people were there. So also I want to thank everybody that has been very supportive of me for the past 4 years. I'm overwhelmed, to tell you, on the community as to how they have come out to support and to send me emails, send me cards. I got flowers. I got invited to several of their homes. I went to every one of the homes that I got invited to, just so I could sit with them and talk to them about what we have done for the past 4 years. It was good because I know a lot of them know. They watch TV, they watch us on cable, and it's true. You don't realize how many people are watching this meeting, and they may not be here in this room, but they're watching us, and they're watching every move, every action that we take, and I'm glad for that. And as a grandmother, I just have to brag about my grandson, Vincent. He is a 4.5 GPA. He's been accepted to 4 universities. He's waiting right now on Stanford and USC, and I'm hoping, because I want him back in California. So that's my report for today. So, all right. And Bill Rivera, City Manager.
Thank you. I think the only thing, I just a couple things myself, and Christine can correct me if I'm wrong, but I just want to give you guys an update real quick on meetings for next month. December 3rd is our first regular meeting in December. This group will be there. Hopefully the elections will get certified. We're going to have a special meeting on December 10th. On that meeting, we'll swear in the members, and those new members will take their seats, and then we'll have our regular meeting on December 17th. So I'm assuming, again, everything's going to go well, and the elections office will have had everything certified in time, probably. Yes?
I'm hoping to have that by the 6th, 7th at the latest, which would still give me the 24-hour time to post the agenda. But I wanted to also say that we're doing the outgoing plaques for the current council, so don't skip out. Okay, go
on. And kind of to sort of ride the coattails of Jim, I think that's one of the things that we talk about when we do the high visibility crosswalks, whether they're the yellow ones by the schools or the white ones in these neighborhoods, and we're always cognizant of having them being warranted, because that is one of the worst things, is that there is an assumed presumption of safety when you're a pedestrian, and pedestrian versus vehicle is always a bad thing, and it never works out for the pedestrian. So just because you're in one doesn't necessarily mean that everybody sees you, even if they are on-demand lighted crosswalks, which we're going to have a few more of them out there now, so that's important. The other thing I would say is this. for no reason in particular, but we do have a lot of new homes being constructed right now. People are taking their attic space and converting them into storage areas, et cetera. Sometimes we're cutting in holes in the attic ladders, et cetera. I want everybody to be very careful about doing that. If you're cutting through a couple of sheets of drywall, the drywall is there normally for a reason, and it really is for fire protection. When you're breaking gas lines and replacing a stove or a dryer, please make sure that you're getting a permit, or at least people are looking at those, water heaters, et cetera, because those are the times when things usually go wrong. So I think that it's important to just make sure. I know that getting a building permit sometimes seems like a hassle and a pain, but ultimately it's probably, in the long run, it's not a bad thing.
And remind them we didn't raise the fee for the water heater.
And we didn't raise the fee, well, we did a little bit.
Well, we didn't go as high as staff wanted.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Jason?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Luna. No statement.
Thank you. Okay.
No.
Chief? Christine?
I know, Billy, you didn't mention the 17th, but we're going to have a regular meeting also on the 17th. And I was going to look, but I had an announcement for the chamber. The chamber's doing
Their annual dinner?
that is going to be in, I think, January, but
Yeah, theirs is always in January.
I was going to do lights on, but somebody else already did that. I guess I must not have it, so sorry.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to number 3, downtown parking and lieu fee ad hoc.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I believe it was the mayor asked me to put this on at the last meeting. I don't know, he realized he wasn't going to be here tonight. So my recommendation is to just continue this till the next meeting that he's available, or possibly the 17th when the new council is set, and that ad hoc committee can take place.
Okay. On a consensus or just?
Yes.
Just a consensus. All right. Then we'll move that on.
I would say to the first regular meeting of the new council, if that's more appropriate, because we don't know who's going to want to sit on it or who's going to want to be there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably the best idea.
Okay. All right. And number 4, July 4th?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. This, I believe, was an item that...
I did.
Okay. So, do you have anything you'd like to say about fireworks in the 4th of July?
Well, I just think that this was in lieu of the fact that we may not be having a motorcycle rally. And I think a one-day air show would be penciled nicely. I did speak with Mike Chambliss. He seemed to think that we might be able to do that. And then we could even enhance the fireworks display after the air show. I guess it's highly attended. I wished I would have went there last year because I was tortured at my house with illegal fireworks. So I'm looking forward to definitely not being home, and I want to come to the airport. And I think the community did receive the air show. Well, I know it costs a little money, but what doesn't? That's all.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Moving on to number 5. Mary.
But don't we discuss it? Or what
Christine,
happens?
can you put on the PowerPoint, please?
Can we
wait a minute?
Talk about the air show a little bit more?
Yeah, you can.
I was just wondering if we need to open it up to public comment, and then I'd also like to make a comment if that's okay.
Oh, on number
Sorry
4?
about that. Yeah,
July
G4.
4th?
Yeah.
I thought we were going to discuss it.
You can.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I when I first got onto this council, we had just canceled the air show, and I had met with the city manager and also Mike Chambliss and talked about the air show and the finances. And I got to tell you, I think the air show is a big deal, and I think we need to have an air show here. It showcases our airport. Number one, it gives Mike something to go out and talk to and bring pilots here and people in the aviation industry and aviation enthusiasts love those events, and we have a beautiful airport, and it's I would look at it as an economic development tool. I know we're not here to make a decision tonight. There's no money talk here, but I would just really like to encourage the new council, if it's appropriate, to consider having an air show, whether it's on the 4th of July or not. That seems to make sense to me because you can combine both, have an afternoon air show and an evening 4th of July deal. But even if it's not during the 4th of July, I think an air show is a good idea. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comment?
Mike did mention, too, that he thought he could get the performers on the 4th of July. something to talk about, but I did ask him that. He thought he would have some.
Well, Carol, keep it going.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So, are there any comments from the public on?
I have no
4th
more
of
speaker
July?
cards.
All right. Okay, we'll move on with Mary.
Okay, real quick, I have to recuse myself from this item as I have in the past, since it was a possibility that there might be some right-of-way taken away from a property that is owned by a family member of mine.
For the record, Councilmember Clower recusing himself.
Thank you, council members. This item was continued from the October 15th City Council meeting. It was a report on the submittal of the Cycle 4 Active Transportation Grant for Tres Pinos, Nash, and Sunny Slope Roads, titled Safe Routes to School on a Multi-Use Corridor. One of the challenges we had, as we explained last month, near the time of the grant submittal, is it was determined that there was an issue with the need for right-of-way for a roundabout at Ladd Lane and Tres Pinos Road. As you could see from the slide, there would be a requirement for some right-of-way acquisition to the property to the north, where there's Chevron, Chase Bank, Round Table Pizza, and Grocery Outlet. In your report that was provided in October, there was a letter signed by some of the merchants at that center opposed to the loss of parking spaces, and they also are concerned with cut-through traffic that drives through their private property to go over to McCrae Street. We were directed to bring back a report with some more information on whether or not the roundabout could be shifted towards the Kmart parking lot, and our consulting engineer in the summer thought potentially that would be feasible. We retained our in-house consulting engineers, and they told me this morning that they apologized for not having more detailed report. It turns out that it's more complex than they realized, but the short answer is that they would not be able to avoid taking right away from the property to the north. If the roundabout was to be developed where it has 2 lanes on the west side of it and then 4 lanes on the east side. When we, as part of the grant submittal process, we prepared a traffic report that evaluated the effect of the roundabout on the intersection of Highway 25 and with Tres Pinos and Sunny Slope Road, and it was determined that there would be negligible impact to Highway 25. The consultant said this morning that we wouldn't need to take right away if we just had 1 lane of travel on Tres Pinos Road between Ladd Lane and the highway. I think that this would be an issue. I'm guessing we would need traffic engineering to assess this, but it would probably be an issue for Caltrans. That would also mean that we would take out right now, if you're heading on Highway 25 and you want to turn left to go towards the high school or Kmart or or Safeway, there's 2 left turn lanes that you can use. If we reduce the lanes there, then that would eliminate one of those lanes of channel. And Caltrans' position is I can't remember the jingle, but the bottom line is don't make anything worse. And so I think it'd be highly unlikely that they would support an encroachment permit to make a change like that. So one of the other things we're asked to look at was whether or not it would be feasible to put a U-turn at the intersection instead of a roundabout. And the traffic engineers said, yes, that would be feasible. The cost would be from about $200,000 to $400,000. They weren't able to provide us, I'll probably have it tomorrow, I apologize, the cost for the Ladd Lane roundabout. We do know that it's estimated to be $700,000 for the roundabout at Rancho and Tres Pinos Nash Road. So obviously the U-turn would be a much less costly alternative. this would require, if we were successful with getting a grant award, an amendment to the scope. And I spoke with Mary Gilbert of the San Diego County Council of Governments today, and one of the issues with these grants, they are highly competitive, and a person could probably argue that, well, the benefit of a U-turn to a pedestrian and bicyclist, which this grant is geared for, may not be the same as a roundabout. So that could jeopardize keeping a grant if we had an award. So what we'd like to have direction to do now is to try and meet more with the property owners to the north and see if we can talk with them and work with them and allocate some modest funds to see if our consulting engineers can re-examine how they have their parking lot laid out, if there was a roundabout there, to see if that could address some of their concerns, if there was a redesign for cut-through traffic, and also to maybe see if there could be modifications to make sure they're not losing parking spaces. Is there any questions?
Okay. Is there any questions, City Council? Yes, Councilmember Guerrero.
Just quickly, more of a comment. I definitely heard from the property owners and the people that lease spaces in the grocery outlet, if you want to call it that, parking lot or round table area. And I'm not opposed to you talking to them more, but I don't think that they're willing to give up any parking spaces. And when you drive by there at a busy time, they are pretty full. Now, if it could be reconfigured to not lose any parking spaces,
that's what we're hoping to just see. If
probably worth a conversation.
Yeah.
And then if one of the big parts about Measure G that is very important is that leveraging matching dollars, and this would be one of those projects that was contemplated and that we could leverage matching dollars from a grant and Measure G instead of just taking all the Measure G funds and spending money on this. So I don't know if you need a consensus, but I like at least negotiating or talking with them. I don't think it hurts anything.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're scoring the grants right now. They'll be announcing the awards on their tentative date is December 31st. So we still have a little time to maybe just try and sit down with them and with some engineering assistance examining if there's a way they could modify the parking lot. And it could be, again, that the layout might deter some of that cut-through traffic.
Can I ask you one other important question, Mary? Obviously, staff time is critical, and it's the holidays. And number one, are you going to have time to do that? And number two, would it jeopardize any future grants to go ahead and try to change this thing up now, or would you recommend withdrawing this and trying later? Or do you have any opinions on that?
I tried to speak with Maura Tomey from AMBAG today. She's been very, very helpful, quite a mentor for us with this. And she wasn't in the office, and I emailed, and I didn't hear from her. But with the information kind of came in later today, so I think we can look into that.
Okay.
Certainly.
So, Mary, the majority of the property owners you've already spoken to, right? Around where the bank is and grocery outlet?
Round Table, grocery outlet, some of the...
Dollar Tree?
Yeah.
Okay. And they're not supportive of this?
We didn't speak to all of them. What we'd like to do is sit down with all of them.
Okay.
And
would you be speaking to across the street to Kmart?
Right now, the preliminary design, there would be no loss at Kmart, and there would be at Safeway, and there was a concern there also.
Okay. All right. Any other comments?
Mary, when you do any more subsequent meetings, I maybe would like to be involved to listen, to get better educated on this issue. I think I need more information.
Sure.
And to really see what you're talking about.
Okay.
Maybe if I could make a meeting, I would come.
Sure.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mary, your recommendation would be just to give direction and to you as to...
We're recommending that you direct us to meet with the property owners to see if, and to work with our consulting engineers to see if we can address their parking concerns.
Okay. And you're no longer speaking about the roundabout. You're speaking about...
With the roundabout option.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
I agree with that.
Do we need a motion for that, or just a consensus?
Direction's fine.
Just direction? Okay.
Thank you.
So what is the will of the
For
council?
them
Just
to
to
go
give
speak-
direction?
Yes, yes.
All right. So go ahead, Mary.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For all your hard work, Mary.
Thank you for all the hard work, because I know she puts in a lot of hours on this.
Yes, she does.
Yes, she does. Going on to number 6, airport restaurant request.
Yes. Once again, good evening. On October 15th, the City Council directed staff to issue a RFQ for a restaurant operator for the restaurant building at the airport. We had compiled a list of 7 interested parties. Anybody who ever came out there and inquired over the time that it was vacant. We personally delivered packets to each one of those parties. We got 1 response. And so we reviewed the RFQ. The people are qualified. They've been operating a restaurant for some time. And we're seeking direction to you to enter into lease negotiations with Jose and Kaylee.
Any comments from City Council? Yes.
Is there an idea of what the concept is? What type of food or?
I don't know. We haven't had any conversations yet because I haven't received direction from council.
Okay, thanks.
They own something on 4th Street already.
Yeah. Any other comments? Karen? Yeah?
No.
Okay.
Just real
Jim.
quick, I'm glad, Mike, that you brought the airport up to snuff. Thank you, because I know it was a lot of hard work. I talked to you a lot about it, and you had
Not quite there yet.
You
but
had
we're
you had
close.
to personally do a lot of that work, and I appreciate that. Thank you, because I think, again, these are things that we need to invest in that will revitalize the airport. As we talked about the downtown, I mean, that's a jewel out there that we need to cherish, and I'm glad we had 1 person interested in this, and I support you negotiating with them for a lease.
Yeah. And Mike, I was out there. I walked around the restaurant. Is there a new shed?
There is a new dry storage area. Yes.
The storage area? Yeah. And while I was walking around just looking in the window, I see there was tables in there already, but they were upside down. But 2 people came up from one of the offices and wanted to know more about when the restaurant was going to be open.
Yeah.
So I think it's a plus for the airport and the actual renters that rent there. So at this time, is there any comments or just we need a motion to approve the
Give them direction.
Public comment at all, or no? Do we need to do public comment? I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know if we do or not. I'm asking.
Is there any public?
We have
none. Okay.
speaker cards.
Otherwise, by consensus, you can just give direction.
Just direction. Okay, Mike.
Got it.
You got direction.
Yes, enter into
Thank
lease
you.
negotiations.
All right.
I'm the next one also.
And
I
then-
have to
Okay.
close it out.
All right.
So
Direction.
Number
On
7.
that last one, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Leonard, direction will be
To negotiate. Go ahead.
So item number 7 is a discussion about the police department roof. The police department's about 25 years old, 26 years old.
Already?
And the roof has reached the end of its lifespan. It's a tar and gravel roof. They don't last that long. They're about a 20-year lifespan. We got an extra 6 years. That's a bonus. But they've been actively dealing with leaks that I know of. We've been chasing leaks for 3 years now, I think. And it's time for a new roof. Staff looked into the types of roofs available, and we're recommending a spray polyurethane foam roof. There's seamless roof. They add insulation to the building, help with heating and cooling bills, and they have a long lifespan. This particular roof would have a 20-year warranty. So we went ahead, during your CIP budget, included a roof and a parking lot as one of the projects in the CIP budget. Under that authority, we went ahead and put the project together and released it for bids. The bids for the roof came back at $167,700. That exceeds the amount that was in the CIP budget, so I'm seeking direction on whether you want to do a supplemental appropriation for the full amount and keep that $140,000 that you allocated in the CIP budget for the parking lot expansion, or if you wanted to use that 140,000, forget the parking lot expansion, add another 30 to it to do the roof. That's kind of why we're having this conversation. The next meeting, I'll bring the action item for the supplemental appropriation if you want to proceed.
Okay. Councilmember Flower?
How big is that building, square footage wise?
I do not know, but it's pretty big.
It's big.
Oh, that doesn't help with my calculation.
It's square footage.
167,000 divided by big.
Does 6,400 sound right?
No, it's more. It's got to be way bigger than that.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't know.
Okay. It would be better if we knew that, but I think at least from where I'm coming from, this is the priority for me over a new parking lot. We can get to a parking lot whenever it's convenient, but this will become a bigger and bigger problem if we wait.
Yes, go ahead.
What's the reason for the expansion on the parking lot? Just out of room?
I believe that is the reason.
It's a patrol cars and such, equipment, patrol cars, and you're just out of room.
All that.
Okay. I wasn't here before, so I assumed it was that. Okay.
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes, go ahead. Jim Gillia?
Do we receive sufficient amount of bids for you, Mike?
We received two.
2 bids? And that wasn't for lack of trying, that was just...
No, we sent out 9 packets on that one.
9 packets, yeah. Everybody's got a lot of work right now, so we're not getting a lot of bids. Personally, I think we got to do both. I mean, you can't, we can't shortchange just because we need a roof, and we've needed a parking lot expansion for some time, Chief. How long would you say we've needed a parking lot expansion? Has it been a month, or has it been a year, or 5 years? It's been a ways, and unfortunately, some things, especially in this economy, come in at prices that we don't expect, and we have the funds to deal with those. So I would recommend that we move forward with both, and whichever way the city manager or finance or Mike decide to carve up that money would be fine with me.
Is it all 101?
It's all 101.
General fund.
Yes.
Is this the parking, the patrol vehicle parking?
Yeah.
Only?
Yes. That parking lot, also being 26 years old, is at its end of life also. It needs a repaving and the whole 9 yards.
I think I've personally been in there when there's a can in the back down the hall where it was leaking. So, yes, Councilmember Clower.
We don't have a bid for the parking lot yet, though, right?
We do not.
Okay, so I agree with Jim, but I'd like to see what it's going to cost before any final decisions on that.
And if I may interject, and I apologize for coming to the party late, but I would say that the council tonight also approved the IGA for SmartWatt to do some evaluations over at the PD. Some part of that evaluation is to do some of the carports, et cetera. I don't necessarily want to get in and start repaving existing parking lots or creating new parking lots and then all of a sudden trenching them up to run power lines. So I want to make sure that when we do this, we do it in a coordinated effort so that when they're done, they have everything they want and need from a space perspective, but we don't necessarily mess up the other improvements from an efficiency perspective.
Thank you for the reminder on that, City Manager. I think that's super important. I just want to make sure that staff knows, because it takes a lot of staff time to do these bids, that at least this current council supports moving forward with the parking lot at the appropriate time. I'm not saying tomorrow, just at the appropriate time. Or you just take the parking lot off your list, right? You got a lot to do, and we just tell you, don't worry about the parking lot. We'll just go with the roof.
I got some help from home, about 24,000 square feet for the police department.
Wow.
Okay.
So it's a little under $7 a square foot to redo it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for a 20-year lifespan.
How's the value to us?
And I really believe it's crucial
I don't
that
know, but it doesn't seem too bad.
the roof, because if it's leaking and the weather coming up, I think it's important. So, just so you know that.
So am I hearing direction to bring back a supplemental for the full amount and leave the 140 that was put in the CIP program for the parking lot? Or do we want to
I don't
use
know how everybody else feels, but I would recommend for you to bring back the full amount.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how other council members feel that.
Well, didn't he just say that we probably shouldn't do the parking lot right now until the other? Oh,
You're talking about the roof, right?
I'm talking about the roof, but in your approved CIP, you have $140,000 for the roof and the parking lot. The roof is 167,000, so we can either take that 140 and add to it to finish off the roof, or we can just allocate the 167,000 from the start to the roof and keep that 140 sitting over there and leave it for the parking lot project.
I have a recommendation, actually. I say you use the 140 that you've already allocated right now, add the extra 30 to get the roof done. There's some things I can do with some other funds possibly if we're going to do an expansion. So let us work on that separately as well.
Okay, so I'll bring you that supplemental appropriation to your next meeting.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. All right. Moving on to HIJKL. We'll call this meeting for adjournment.
Make a
Is there
motion.
motion?
Make a motion that we adjourn.
All right, motion. The second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Carol, was that you or was that